Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support in a few small ways that make a huge difference for this channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps more than you could possibly know and allows us to keep creating these stories for you. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps us reach more listeners who might love this content as much as you do. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is, where you are, and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Finally, if you enjoy these documentary-style biblical narratives, please consider subscribing so you never miss a story. Your support means everything. Now, let's begin. There is a particular kind of danger that comes not from what we do not know, but from what we are absolutely certain we understand. Ignorance can be corrected with information, with teaching, with experience. But certainty, especially the kind that wraps itself around our ego and our sense of importance, creates a blindness more complete than any physical darkness ever could. This is a story about a prophet who could see into the spiritual realm, who could speak words that carried the weight of divine authority, who was sought after by kings and feared by nations. And yet, when it mattered most, he could not see what was directly in front of him. His own donkey, an animal considered among the least intelligent of beasts, possessed a clarity of vision that the prophet himself had lost. Sometimes God speaks through the voices we expect, sometimes through scripture, through prayer, through the counsel of the wise, but sometimes, in moments that humble us completely, God chooses to speak through those we would never imagine, through the simple, through the overlooked, through the powerless. Tonight's story takes us back more than 3,000 years to a dusty road in the ancient Near East, to a confrontation between a man convinced of his own righteousness and a divine messenger sent to stop him. It is a story about pride and humility, about spiritual blindness and sudden sight, about the moment when everything we thought we understood is turned completely upside down. This is the story of Balaam and his donkey, and it begins not with the donkey at all, but with a reputation that had spread across kingdoms. Chapter 1. A prophet with a reputation. In the hills east of the Jordan River, in a region that would later be known as the land of Moab, there lived a man whose name carried weight in every palace and court for hundreds of miles in every direction. His name was Balaam, son of Beor, and he was known as a seer, a diviner, a prophet whose words could alter the course of nations. Balaam was not an Israelite. He did not belong to the covenant people, did not worship in their manner, did not follow their laws, yet he possessed something that transcended tribal boundaries and national identities. He had access to the divine. When Balaam spoke blessing, prosperity followed. When he pronounced curse, calamity came. Kings and princes sought his services. Merchants paid him handsomely for favourable words over their ventures. Warriors wanted his blessing before battle. His reputation was not built on tricks or sleight of hand. Balaam genuinely heard from God. The Lord spoke to him, revealed things to him, used him as a mouthpiece for divine will. This made Balaam unique, dangerous, and extremely valuable. In a world where the favour of the gods could mean the difference between abundance and starvation, between victory and defeat, between life and death, Balaam held a power that most men could only dream of possessing. He lived well. His home was comfortable, built of stone and timber in the style common to that region, with rooms that stayed cool even in the heat of midday. His servants attended to his needs without being asked. His storerooms held grain and oil enough to last through any season. His reputation afforded him respect wherever he travelled. People stepped aside when he walked through marketplaces. When he spoke, others listened. He had learned to carry himself with the bearing of someone who knows they are important, who understands their own worth, who has been told too many times that they are special. The donkey that would later save his life had been with him for years. It was a reliable animal, sturdy and patient, the kind of beast that carried its burdens without complaint and navigated difficult terrain with sure feet. Balaam had ridden this donkey through mountain passes and across desert valleys, to meetings with nobles and consultations with merchants. The animal knew its master's habits, responded to the subtle pressure of his legs, stopped when he pulled the reins and moved forward when he urged it on. In all those years of faithful service, the donkey had never given Balaam any reason to doubt its reliability. It had never balked at a journey, never refused a command, never acted in any way that seemed irrational or stubborn. It simply did what donkeys do, carrying its master wherever he needed to go, asking nothing in return except food and water and occasional rest. And perhaps that was where the first seeds of Balaam's blindness were planted. Not in malice, not in deliberate evil, but in the slow accumulation of certainty that he, Balaam, understood how the divine world operated, that he knew when God was speaking and when God was silent, that his connection to the spiritual realm was something he could navigate with confidence and control. He had forgotten, if he ever truly knew, that God is not a force to be managed or a power to be channeled according to human preference. God is sovereign. God speaks when God chooses, and God will use whatever means necessary to ensure that the divine will is accomplished, even if it means humbling those who claim to speak in the divine name. Balaam had developed a system, a way of understanding his prophetic calling that made sense to him. He would seek God's guidance before taking on any commission. He would wait for divine instruction, and then, having received that instruction, he would proceed with confidence that he was operating within God's will. It seemed rational. It seemed spiritual. It seemed like exactly the kind of careful, respectful approach that a true prophet should take. But there was a flaw in this system, one that Balaam himself could not see. The flaw was in assuming that once he had received permission, the matter was settled. That having asked God and received an answer, he could then proceed according to his own understanding without further need for divine guidance or correction. He did not understand that permission is not the same as approval, that God sometimes allows us to make choices that God does not endorse, because forcing obedience would eliminate the very freedom that makes our choices meaningful. That being allowed to do something and being blessed in doing it are two entirely different realities. Balaam's reputation had spread far. Kings in distant lands knew his name. Traders spoke of him in caravans crossing the desert. His fame had reached even to the royal palace in Moab, where a worried king was about to make him an offer that would test everything Balaam believed about himself and his relationship with God. But reputation, as he was about to discover, is a fragile thing when it conflicts with the purposes of the Almighty. Chapter 2. The Fear of a King. 200 miles to the southwest in the royal palace of Moab, a different kind of man sat on his throne and worried. King Balak, son of Zippor, had received reports that filled him with a dread that kept him awake through the long desert nights. The Israelites were coming, not as scattered refugees, not as weak nomads begging for passage. They came as a nation, hundreds of thousands strong, moving through the wilderness like a force of nature. Balak had heard what they had done to the Amorites, how they had defeated King Sihon and King Og, how entire armies had been swept away before them. The stories spoke of a God who fought for them, who parted seas and brought water from rocks and rained bread from heaven. Balak was a practical man, a ruler who understood power in concrete terms. He knew how to assess military strength, how to count soldiers and evaluate weapons and judge the quality of fortifications. By every conventional measure, his kingdom should have been able to defend itself. Moab had walls, trained warriors, strategic positions in the rocky highlands that made invasion difficult. But these Israelites were not a conventional threat. The reports described something beyond normal military capability. They spoke of a people who had walked through a sea on dry ground while their enemies drowned behind them. Of a nation that had survived for decades in a desert that should have killed them within weeks. Of battles where the sun itself stood still to give them victory. Of walls that fell at the sound of trumpets. Balak's advisors had brought him eyewitness accounts from survivors of the battles with the Amorite kings. These were not exaggerated tales passed from mouth to mouth until truth disappeared beneath layers of legend. These were direct testimonies from men who had fought against Israel and barely escaped with their lives. They described an army that fought with impossible courage, as though they knew they could not lose. They spoke of moments in battle when it seemed the very elements fought on Israel's behalf, when dust storms blinded their enemies at crucial moments, when water sources appeared exactly when Israel needed them and dried up to deny their pursuers. They told of a cloud that guided the Israelite camp, visible to all, moving when the people moved and resting when they rested. This was not merely a military problem. This was a spiritual crisis. Balak understood that conventional warfare might not be enough against a people protected by such a deity. He needed something more, something beyond swords and spears. He needed spiritual warfare. And that was when his advisors spoke the name that every king in the region knew, Balaam. The stories about Balaam were almost as numerous as the stories about Israel. A merchant blessed by Balaam had become wealthy beyond measure. A king who had sought Balaam's curse against his enemies had watched those enemies fall to plague and internal strife. A farmer given Balaam's blessing had harvested crops so abundant that his neighbours spoke of it for years afterward. But it was not just the stories of blessing that made Balaam valuable. It was also the stories of his curses. A prince who had offended Balaam had died under mysterious circumstances within the month. A rival diviner who had challenged Balaam's authority had lost. His gift entirely, reduced to speaking empty words that no longer carried any power. A city that had refused to pay Balaam what he demanded had suffered a drought that lasted 3 years. Whether all these stories were true or not was almost irrelevant. What mattered was that people believed them, and belief itself is a form of power in a world where the line between the physical and spiritual realms was understood to be permeable and constantly shifting. Balak sent for his most trusted elders and princes. He summoned the leaders of Midian, their allies in this growing crisis. Together they crafted a message, simple and direct. They would offer Balaam whatever he wanted, whatever price he named, if he would come and curse these Israelites. If Balaam spoke words of curse over them, perhaps their God would turn away, perhaps their protection would fail, perhaps they could be defeated after all. The delegation was assembled with care. These were not ordinary messengers. They were important men, elders who commanded respect in their own communities, princes who sat in council with the king himself. Their presence would communicate the seriousness of Balak's request and the genuine desperation behind it. They were given money for the journey, substantial amounts of silver wrapped in leather pouches. They carried gifts for Balaam, items of value that would demonstrate Balak's wealth and willingness to reward the prophet generously. They wore fine clothing, the kind that marked them as representatives of royal power. Everything about their appearance and bearing was designed to impress upon Balaam that this was no ordinary request. They travelled for days through rocky terrain and across sandy valleys. The journey from Moab to Balaam's home was not an easy one. They passed through villages where they asked directions and traded for supplies. They crossed waters that could become raging torrents in the rainy season, but now were nothing more than dry riverbeds. They climbed rocky paths where one wrong step could mean a fatal fall. At night, they camped under stars so numerous and bright that the desert floor was bathed in their collective glow. They discussed among themselves what they would say to Balaam, how they would present their king's request, what arguments might convince him if he initially refused. They knew they were asking him to curse a people who seemed to have supernatural protection. They knew it was dangerous to oppose a god who could perform such mighty acts. But they also knew that Balaam had power of his own, and they hoped that whatever God spoke through Balaam might be strong enough to counter the God of Israel. Eventually, after days of travel, they arrived at the home of Balaam, the prophet whose words could change the fate of nations. They found him at his dwelling, a well-built structure that spoke of prosperity and status. They presented their case with the urgency of men who understood what was at stake. They described the threat of Israel in vivid terms, not exaggerating but simply reporting what they had seen and heard. They explained their king's fear, his assessment that military force alone might not be sufficient. They emphasized the desperate need for someone who could speak against this unstoppable force. Then they laid out the gifts they had brought. The silver gleamed in the light. The fine cloth draped across their arms showed quality that only the wealthy could afford. They made clear that this was merely a down payment, a gesture of good faith. If Balaam agreed to come, if he successfully cursed Israel, the rewards would be far greater. And then they waited for Balaam's answer, watching his face, trying to read whether their offer would be accepted or refused. Chapter 3. God's clear instruction. Balaam looked at the gifts spread before him. He listened to the urgent words of these important men who had travelled so far to seek his services. He considered the implications of what they were asking. This was not a small matter. This was not a merchant seeking blessing for his caravans or a farmer wanting good crops. This was a king requesting a curse against an entire nation, and not just any nation. These Israelites clearly had divine protection. Even Balaam, hearing the stories for the first time from these messengers, could recognize the marks of genuine supernatural intervention. The question was not whether their God was real and powerful. The question was whether Balaam's connection to the divine realm gave him authority that could operate against such protection. But Balaam, to his credit, did not answer immediately. Whatever else could be said about him, he understood that his power came from God and that using that power required divine permission. He had learned through years of experience that acting without proper authorization from the spiritual realm could bring disaster. The stories of prophets who had overstepped their bounds, who had spoken words, not given to them by God, who had suffered terrible consequences for their presumption, were well known throughout the region. He told the messengers to stay the night, to rest from their journey, to wait while he sought guidance. His servants prepared rooms for them, brought water for washing, set out food and wine. The delegation settled in, grateful for the hospitality even as they worried about what answer the morning would bring. That night, when the house was quiet and the messengers were sleeping, Balaam went to the place where he sought divine guidance. Perhaps it was a specific room in his house, a space set aside for prayer and meditation. Perhaps it was a high place outside, under the open sky where he felt closer to the realm of spirit. The text does not tell us the details of his practice, only that he brought the matter before God, and God came to him in the darkness. The divine voice spoke with a clarity that left no room for doubt or misinterpretation. God asked who. These men were that had come to his house. It was not a question born of ignorance. God knew who they were and why they had come. But the question gave Balaam the opportunity to articulate the situation himself, to speak out loud what was being asked of him. Balaam explained. Balak, king of Moab, had sent these messengers. They brought word that a people had come out of Egypt, that they covered the face of the land, that they had camped near Moab. The king wanted Balaam to come and curse these people, so that Balak might be able to fight against them and drive them away. He laid out the request honestly and completely. He did not try to minimize what was being asked, or hide the fact that this involved speaking against a people who appeared to be under divine protection. He presented the situation as it was and waited for God's response. And God's response was absolute. You must not go with them. You must not curse these people, because they are blessed. The instruction could not have been clearer. There was no ambiguity in these words, no room for interpretation or creative reframing. God had blessed Israel. They were under divine protection, and Balaam was explicitly, directly, unequivocally forbidden from speaking any curse against them. The message was as clear as any divine communication could possibly be. Do not go, do not curse them. They are blessed. In the morning, when the sun rose over the hills and the messengers stirred from their sleep and gathered to hear Balaam's answer, he delivered God's verdict to them plainly. He told them that the Lord had refused to let him go with them. He could not curse Israel. They should return to their king and tell him that Balaam would not be coming. Balaam did not offer excuses or explanations. He did not try to soften the refusal or suggest that perhaps with a larger offer he might reconsider. He simply stated the fact. God had said no, and therefore he would not go. The delegation left, disappointed but not entirely surprised. They had made their offer. The prophet had consulted his God. The answer was no. They gathered their things, mounted their animals, and began the long journey back across the desert to report their failure to King Balak. As they travelled, they discussed what had happened. Some of them had expected this outcome. After all, they were asking Balaam to curse a people who seemed to have extraordinary divine favour. It made sense that his God would refuse permission. Others felt that perhaps they had not offered enough, that maybe a larger gift or a more prestigious delegation might have changed the result. But they all agreed that they had presented their case as well as they could. They had been respectful, generous, clear about the urgency of the situation. If Balaam's God had refused permission, there was nothing more they could have done. For a brief moment the story could have ended there. Balaam had heard God's instruction. He had obeyed. He had turned down wealth and prestige and the favour of a king because God had told him not to go. In that moment he was faithful. In that moment he demonstrated the kind of obedience that should characterise anyone who claims to speak for the divine. His donkey continued eating grass in the field beside his house, unaware of the momentous decision that had just been made. The animal had no way of knowing that its master had just refused an offer that would have brought great wealth and honour. It simply lived its simple life, eating when it was hungry, drinking when it was thirsty, carrying loads when required, resting when permitted. But Balak was not a man who accepted no for an answer easily, and Balaam's moment of clear obedience was about to be tested in a way that would reveal what was truly in his heart. Chapter 4, The Second Invitation. When the first delegation returned to Moab with news of Balaam's refusal, King Balak did not abandon his plan. Instead, he escalated it dramatically. If Balaam would not come for the gifts offered by elders and princes, perhaps he would come for even more prestigious messengers bearing even greater rewards. Balak's desperation had only increased in the days since the first delegation departed. New reports had arrived of Israel's continued advance. They were not moving away. They were not showing any signs of turning aside or choosing a different route. They were camped near Moab's borders, and their presence felt like a sword hanging over the kingdom, ready to fall at any moment. Balak assembled a second delegation, larger and more impressive than the first. These were not merely elders and respected men. These were princes, officials who sat in the king's council, who wielded real political power, whose names were known throughout the region. Their presence itself was a message. The king was serious, the situation was desperate, and no expense would be spared to secure Balaam's services. They carried more gold, more silver, more precious gifts. They were authorized to make promises that went far beyond the initial offer. Balak had instructed them to tell Balaam that he could name his price, that whatever honor or reward Balaam desired would be granted, that the resources of the entire kingdom would be at his disposal if he would just come and curse Israel. The delegation travelled the same route the first group had taken, but they moved with even greater urgency. They knew that time was running out, that with each passing day Israel grew more firmly established near Moab's territory, that the window for effective action was closing. When they arrived at Balaam's home, he received them with courtesy, but also with a certain amount of caution. He had already refused this request once. He had already received clear instruction from God. What could possibly have changed that would make a second approach appropriate? But the princes made their case with skill and passion. They described the escalating crisis in Moab. They emphasized the trust their king was placing in Balaam by sending such a high-level delegation. They laid out the expanded offer in concrete terms that left nothing to imagination. Money beyond counting, honor that would last for generations, a place of influence in the court of a powerful king, political connections that could benefit Balaam for the rest of his life. And then they made clear that this was not just about payment. This was about recognition of Balaam's unique gifts, about acknowledging his power and importance, about treating him with the respect and deference that someone of his abilities deserved. They appealed not just to his desire for wealth, but to his sense of his own significance. Balaam listened to all of this, and something shifted inside him. He told them he could not go against the word of the Lord his God, even if Balak gave him a palace full of silver and gold. These were good words, spiritual words, the kind of statement that sounded like firm commitment to divine authority. But then he added something that revealed the change in his heart, a subtle shift that would prove to have enormous consequences. "Stay here tonight," he said, "and I will find out what else the Lord will tell me." What else the Lord would tell him? God had already spoken. The instruction had been clear and unambiguous. Do not go. Do not curse Israel. They are blessed. There was no what else to discover. The divine will had been communicated completely and without room for reinterpretation. But Balaam asked again anyway. Perhaps he told himself he was being thorough, being careful, making absolutely certain. Perhaps he convinced himself that circumstances had changed, that this new delegation with its greater promises and more prestigious messengers constituted a fundamentally different situation requiring fresh guidance. Perhaps he reasoned that God's previous refusal had been about the specific offer made by the first group, and that this enhanced offer might receive a different response. Or perhaps, deep in his heart where he did not want to look too closely, he simply wanted God to change the divine mind. He wanted permission to accept the wealth and honour being offered. He wanted both God's approval and Balak's gold. He wanted to believe that it was possible to serve divine purposes while also pursuing his own interests. The princes settled in for the night, more hopeful than the first delegation had been. The fact that Balaam was asking God again suggested that he wanted to go, that he was looking for a way to make this work, that the enhanced offer had accomplished what the first one could not. That night, Balaam went again to seek divine guidance. He brought the matter before God a second time, explaining the situation as though God might have forgotten the first conversation, or might not understand the new circumstances. And God spoke to him again. The divine response was complex, layered with meaning that Balaam would later have reason to reflect on carefully. God said, "Since these men have come to summon you, go with them, but do only what I tell you." God gave permission. Balaam could go. But the permission came with a condition so clear it could not be missed. Do only what I tell you. Not what Balak wanted, not what Balaam himself might desire, not what would maximize his reward or enhance his reputation, only what God commanded. And there was something else in this permission, something that Balaam should have recognized if he'd been paying attention to the spiritual currents beneath the surface of the words. God was angry. The text will later make this explicit, but the signs were there from the beginning for anyone with eyes to see them. God had said no. Balaam had asked again. And God, in allowing Balaam to go, was permitting him to learn a hard lesson about the difference between permission and blessing. In the morning, Balaam told the princes that he would come with them. Relief and satisfaction spread across their faces. They had succeeded where the first delegation had failed. The prophet would accompany them to Moab. King Balak would be pleased. Perhaps there was still hope for their nation after all. Balaam saddled his donkey, the same faithful animal that had carried him on countless journeys before. He gathered his things, took provisions for the trip, said whatever farewells were necessary to his household, and then he set out with the princes of Moab, heading southwest toward a destination that would test everything he believed about himself and his relationship with God. He was confident. God had given permission. He was going to Moab not in disobedience but with divine approval. He would go, he would listen to God, and he would speak only what the Lord commanded. Everything seemed proper. Everything seemed in order. He had followed the correct procedure, sought divine guidance, received an answer, and was now acting in accordance with that answer. As far as Balaam could see, he was being perfectly obedient. But God was angry, and the road ahead would make that anger impossible to ignore. Chapter 5. The Road That Changes. The road from Balaam's home toward the land of Moab wound through rocky terrain and narrow passages. It was not an easy journey even under the best circumstances. The path climbed through hills where loose stones could cause an animal to stumble. It descended into valleys where the heat collected and pressed down on travellers like a physical weight. It crossed open areas where there was no shade and the sun burned overhead from dawn until dusk. Balaam rode his donkey, surrounded by the princes of Moab who travelled with him. They made good progress that first day. The morning sun climbed higher in the sky. The air grew warm, then hot. The rhythmic sound of the donkey's hooves striking the packed earth created a steady cadence that was almost meditative in its consistency. The princes were in good spirits, talking among themselves about how pleased King Balak would be with their success, speculating about what Balaam would say when he finally saw the Israelite camp, discussing the proper ceremonies and sacrifices that would accompany the cursing ritual. They treated Balaam with deference and respect, as befitted someone of his reputation who was doing them such a great service. Balaam's mind was likely occupied with thoughts of what awaited him. How would he approach this task? What words would God give him to speak? How would Balak react when Balaam arrived? What would the cursing ceremony look like? Would it require specific actions, particular phrases, certain ritual objects? There was so much to consider, so much to plan. He had been in situations like this before, though never quite on this scale. He had blessed kings and cursed their enemies. He had spoken words of prosperity over crops and herds. He had pronounced divine favour on military campaigns and divine judgment on those who had offended. The gods! His experience told him what to expect, how these things typically unfolded, what results his words usually produced. But as Balaam contemplated the future, sitting comfortably on his donkey, and imagining the rewards that awaited him in Moab, something appeared on the road ahead that he did not see. An angel of the Lord took a position in the way, standing directly in the path that Balaam's donkey was following. This was not a gentle messenger bringing news of comfort or blessing. This was not one of the angels who appeared to announce births or deliver promises of divine favour. This angel held a drawn sword, raised and ready to strike. The spiritual realm had manifested in physical space, a divine warrior blocking the way forward with clear hostile intent. The angel's appearance would have been terrifying to anyone who could see it. The figure towered above human height, radiating power and authority. The sword in its hand was not a ceremonial object, but a weapon meant for killing, and the way it was positioned left no doubt about the angel's purpose. This messenger had been sent to stop Balaam, to oppose his journey, to make clear through action what words had apparently failed to communicate. Balaam saw nothing. His eyes, for all their prophetic ability, for all his reputation as a seer who could perceive spiritual truth, registered only an empty road stretching ahead. He continued talking with the princes, continued thinking about the future, continued riding forward without any awareness that death itself stood in his path. But the donkey saw. The animal's eyes, created by God to see what they needed to see, perceived the angel clearly. The terrifying figure blocking the road. The drawn sword raised to strike. The obvious and immediate danger. Every instinct in the donkey's body screamed that forward movement meant death, that continuing on this path would result in disaster. The donkey did what any creature with sense would do when confronted with an armed angel blocking its path. It turned aside, leaving the road and moving into an open field that bordered the way. Balaam, still seeing nothing unusual, felt only the sudden deviation from the proper route. One moment they were travelling smoothly along the road. The next moment his donkey had veered off into a field, moving away from their destination, refusing to stay on the path. Frustration flared immediately in Balaam's chest. Why was the animal misbehaving? They had a destination to reach, important business to conduct. The princes of Moab were watching. This was no time for the donkey to wander off the path like some untrained, undisciplined beast. He pulled hard on the reins, yanking the donkey's head to the side. When that did not produce the desired result quickly enough, he raised his staff and struck the animal, bringing the wood down hard against its side. The blow was meant to hurt, meant to punish, meant to communicate his anger and his demand for immediate obedience. The donkey, having no way to explain what it saw, no ability to make its master understand the danger, no means of communicating that it was trying to save his life, had no choice but to respond to the physical pain. It returned to the road, though every fibre of its being wanted to flee from the angel that still stood there, watching, waiting. The princes had noticed the incident but dismissed it as nothing significant. Donkeys sometimes acted stubborn or unpredictable. It was the nature of the animals. Balaam had corrected the problem quickly. They continued their journey, and ahead, still invisible to Balaam but clear as daylight to the donkey, the angel remained in position. The sword had not been lowered. The threat had not diminished. The spiritual opposition to this journey had not changed at all. They continued forward, moving deeper into the rocky terrain where the path would soon narrow even further. Chapter 6. The donkey presses against the wall the road, narrowed as they travelled deeper into the hills. On either side, stone walls rose up. the kind of natural passage that forms in areas where water has carved channels through limestone over countless centuries. The walls were not particularly high, perhaps twice the height of a man, but they were close enough that a rider's legs might brush against them if the animal strayed too near the edges. This was a common feature of travel in that region. The limestone hills were full of such passages, places where the stone had been worn away by seasonal floods until only narrow corridors remained. In the dry season, these passages made convenient roads, protected from wind and offering some shade during the hottest parts of the day. But they also limited options for movement. Once you entered one of these narrow ways, you were committed to following it until it opened up again. The princes continued their conversation, paying little attention to the geography. They had travelled roads like this many times before. There was nothing remarkable about it, nothing that required special attention or caution. And there, in this narrow passage, the angel appeared again. The divine messenger had moved ahead of them, positioning itself once more directly in their path, still holding the drawn sword, still presenting an obvious and immediate threat to anyone who could see, still making clear through its presence that this journey was opposed by heaven itself. The donkey saw the angel for the second time and understood the situation immediately. Forward movement was impossible. The angel blocked the entire width of the passage. To go forward would be to walk directly into the sword, to court death through willful blindness. But the donkey's master still could not see the danger, and the donkey was being urged forward, pressed by Balaam's legs and the commands of his voice to continue moving along the road. This time, with walls on both sides and no field to escape into, the animal did the only thing it could. It pressed close against one wall, trying to squeeze past the angelic figure, trying to avoid the drawn sword while still obeying its master's direction to move forward. Perhaps if it stayed as far to one side as possible, it could slip by without coming into direct contact with the angel. But as the donkey pressed against the stone wall, Balaam's foot was caught between the animal's body and the rough surface. The impact was sudden and painful. Stone scraped against his leg. The pressure crushed his foot against the unyielding wall. Pain shot through his ankle and up into his calf. Balaam cried out in pain and fury. What was wrong with this animal? First it had wandered into a field for no reason. Now it was crushing his foot against a wall. The donkey had carried him safely for years, had never shown this kind of erratic, dangerous behaviour. But today, on this important journey, when he needed to arrive at Moab with dignity and composure, the donkey was acting like it had lost its mind. His anger flared even hotter than before. This was not just inconvenient, this was humiliating. The princes had witnessed the incident. They had heard him cry out in pain. What must they think of him? This great prophet who could not even control his own donkey. He struck the animal again, harder this time. The staff came down with real force, driven by frustration and pain and wounded pride. He hit the donkey multiple times, each blow expressing his rage at the situation, his embarrassment at appearing foolish in front of these important men, his complete inability to understand what was happening. The donkey moved away from the wall. Balaam's foot throbbed with pain. He would likely have bruises for days. He might even have trouble walking when they finally arrived in Moab. But at least the animal was behaving properly again, moving forward along the road as it should have been doing all along. The princes asked if he was all right. Balaam assured them he was fine, though his voice was tight with pain and barely suppressed anger. Just a stubborn animal, he said. Nothing to worry about. They would continue on, and they did continue, riding deeper into the narrow passage. The wall seemed to close in even tighter. The path became so constricted that there was barely room for a donkey to pass through. And ahead, in the narrowest section of the entire route, the angel took position one final time. Chapter 7. When the donkey speaks. The path had become so narrow that there was truly no room to turn to either side. Stone walls rose on both flanks, close enough that Balaam could have reached out and touched them simultaneously, if he extended both arms. The road itself was barely wide enough for the donkey to walk through. There was no space for manoeuvring, no option for going around an obstacle, no possibility of deviation. And there, Blocking the entire width of the passage, the angel stood with drawn sword. For the third time, the donkey saw what its master could not see. For the third time, the animal recognized that forward movement meant death. But this time, unlike the previous two encounters, there was absolutely no way around the obstacle. The donkey could not turn aside into a field, could not press against a wall and try to squeeze past, could not do anything except stop or walk directly into the angel's sword. The choice was clear. Forward meant death. The only option was to refuse to go forward. So the donkey stopped walking, and then, with Balaam still on its back, it folded its legs and lay down on the ground. The movement was careful and deliberate. The donkey did not buck or rear or try to throw its rider. It simply refused to continue any further and settled itself onto the path as if declaring that this journey had reached its end. For Balaam, this was the final straw. His anger reached its peak, exploding into rage that overwhelmed any remaining capacity for rational thought. The animal had wandered off the road. It had crushed his foot against a wall, and now it simply refused to move at all, lying down in the middle of the path like it had decided the journey was over. This was intolerable. This was unacceptable. This was a betrayal by an animal he had trusted for years, a creature that had never before given him any reason to doubt its reliability or obedience. He raised his staff and beat the donkey with all the frustration and rage that had been building since the journey began. The strikes fell hard against the animal's hide. Each blow carried the weight of Balaam's wounded pride, his embarrassment at appearing incompetent before the princes, his complete inability to understand why his normally obedient donkey had suddenly become impossible to control. And then something happened that had never occurred before in all of human history. Something so impossible that it should have immediately seized Balaam's complete attention and frozen him in wonder and terror. God opened the donkey's mouth, granting the animal the ability to form words and speak with human language. The voice that came from the donkey was clear and intelligible, formed with proper syntax and grammar, expressing rational thought in a way that should have been absolutely impossible for a beast of burden. "What have I done to you," the donkey asked, "that you have beaten me these 3 times?" The question hung in the air, extraordinary and surreal. An animal was speaking, not making the typical braying sounds of a donkey, but actually forming human words, asking a reasonable question, engaging in verbal communication in a way that violated every natural law and every reasonable expectation about how the world worked. Any rational person, confronted with the impossible sight and sound of an animal speaking human language, would have been overwhelmed. They would have leaped from the donkey's back in shock and terror. They would have fallen to their knees, understanding immediately that they were in the presence of supernatural power. They would have questioned their sanity, or cried out for help, or done anything except respond to the donkey as if this were a normal conversation. But Balaam, blinded by his anger and his certainty that he understood the situation, simply answered the donkey as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "You have made a fool of me," he said to the animal, his voice still hot with rage. "If I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you right now." He threatened his own donkey with death, responding to the animal's reasonable question with murderous rage, completely failing to recognize that something miraculous was happening right in front of him. The donkey, now given the ability to speak, responded with another question, one that should have pierced through Balaam's rage and reached whatever remained of his wisdom. "Am I not your donkey, which you have ridden all your life until this day? Have I ever treated you this way? Before?" It was a perfectly logical question. The donkey was appealing to its own track record, to years of faithful service, to the fact that this behaviour was completely out of character and should therefore indicate that something unusual was happening. The animal was essentially asking Balaam to think, to consider whether there might be a reason for this unprecedented behaviour, to recognise that a faithful servant does not suddenly become rebellious without cause. And Balaam, still not grasping the magnitude of what was happening, answered simply, "No." He admitted that the donkey had never behaved this way before. He acknowledged that this was unusual, but even that admission did not penetrate the blindness that had overtaken him. He was having a rational conversation with his donkey about the donkey's behaviour pattern, discussing the animal's service record, debating whether its current actions were justified. and he saw absolutely nothing strange in this. The princes travelling with Balaam must have been watching this scene in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? A prophet having an argument with his donkey, and the donkey was talking back. Was this some kind of prophetic sign? Was Balaam performing some kind of mystical demonstration? Or had the heat and stress of the journey driven him to madness? But before anyone could process what they were seeing, before the full impossibility of a talking donkey could register in anyone's mind, everything changed. God opened Balaam's eyes. Chapter 8. Eyes finally opened. The change happened in an instant. One moment, Balaam saw only rock walls and an empty path and a stubborn donkey lying beneath him. The next moment, reality expanded to include what had been there all along, what had been invisible to him but clearly visible to his donkey, what explained everything that had happened since the journey began. The angel of the Lord stood in the way, towering and terrible, radiating power and authority, holding a drawn sword raised to strike. The spiritual realm made visible. The divine messenger who had been blocking their path from the beginning, who had been trying to stop Balaam from continuing this journey, who had positioned himself 3 separate times to make clear that heaven itself opposed what Balaam was doing. The sight was overwhelming. This was not a gentle vision or a peaceful revelation. This was a warrior angel with hostile intent, a divine being sent to kill Balaam if he continued forward. The sword in the angel's hand was raised and ready. The angel's posture made clear that this was not a warning or a symbolic gesture. This was an executioner ready to carry out a death sentence. Balaam's anger vanished instantly, replaced by terror so immediate and complete that it erased everything else from his mind. He fell off the donkey, throwing himself forward onto the ground, prostrating himself before the angel with his face pressed to the earth. Every instinct for self-preservation, every recognition of his own powerlessness before divine might, drove him down into the posture of absolute submission. He bowed with his face to the ground, trembling, waiting for the sword to fall. He had been riding directly toward this angel 3 separate times. He had been urging his donkey forward, striking the animal for refusing to walk into death, completely blind to the fact that his own beast of burden was saving his life with every act of supposed disobedience. And the angel spoke. The voice was not gentle or comforting. It carried the weight of divine judgment, the authority of heaven's messenger delivering a verdict that could not be appealed or softened. "Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times?" The question focused on what Balaam had done to the animal, the violence he had inflicted on the creature that had been trying to protect him. 3 times the donkey had seen the angel and turned aside. 3 times Balaam had struck the animal in anger. 3 times his supposed wisdom had proven inferior to the donkey's simple ability to see what was actually in front of them. The angel continued, "I have come here to oppose you because your path is a reckless one before me." This was the crucial statement, the revelation that explained everything. God had given Balaam permission to go, but that permission did not mean approval. It did not mean blessing. It meant that God was allowing Balaam to proceed so that Balaam could learn through experience what he had refused to understand through instruction. Your path is reckless, not forbidden. God had said Balaam could go, but reckless, dangerous, leading toward disaster, motivated by the wrong things, compromised by desire for wealth and honor and recognition. Permission had been granted, but that did not make the journey wise or righteous or safe. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If it had not turned away, I would certainly have killed you by now, but I would have spared the animal. The angel made the situation absolutely clear. Balaam had been moments from death. Not once, but 3 times. Each time he urged the donkey forward, each time he struck the animal in frustration, he was pushing toward his own destruction. The sword would have fallen. Balaam would have died on this road, killed by the very God he claimed to serve, struck down while travelling to an assignment he thought he had divine permission to accept. And the donkey, the supposedly foolish animal that Balaam had beaten in anger, would have been spared. The beast had more wisdom than the prophet. The creature without speech had seen more clearly than the seer, whose words could alter the fate of nations. The humble donkey had proven more obedient to divine will than the man who made his living communicating with God. The words settled over Balaam like a crushing weight. Everything he had been certain about was revealed as illusion. The clear path forward he had been so confident about was actually leading directly to his death. The divine approval he thought he had received was not what he had believed it to be. His donkey, the beast he had considered stupid and stubborn and worthy of death, had saved his life through its disobedience. Balaam remained on the ground, his face pressed to the earth, his entire worldview shattered. The great prophet had been blind. The renowned seer had failed to see. The man whom kings sought for spiritual guidance had needed a donkey to teach him about obedience and wisdom and recognizing divine presence. Chapter 9. The message clarified. "I have sinned," Balaam said, his voice muffled by the ground, his words carrying the weight of genuine recognition. "I did not realize you were standing in the road to oppose me." It was the first moment of real humility in the entire journey. Not the careful acknowledgement of God's authority that he had offered to the messengers from Balak. Not the pious words about obeying. The Lord's commands that he had spoken while asking God a second time for permission he had already been denied. But actual genuine recognition of his own blindness, his own foolishness, his own desperate need for grace and mercy. He admitted that he did not realize the angel was there. He confessed that he had been blind to spiritual reality. He acknowledged that his entire perception of the situation had been wrong. This was not the statement of someone making excuses or trying to minimize their failure. This was naked honesty about complete and total blindness to what mattered most. "Now, if you are displeased," Balaam continued, "I will go back." He offered to turn around, to abandon the journey, to return home and tell the princes of Moab that he would not be completing the trip. He placed himself completely at the angel's mercy, submitting to whatever verdict would be pronounced. The angel did not tell Balaam to turn back. Instead, the divine messenger clarified what had been unclear, made explicit what Balaam should have understood from the beginning, but had failed to grasp in his desire to pursue both divine approval and earthly reward. "Go with the men," the angel said, "but speak only what I tell you." It was the same instruction God had already given when Balaam asked the second time for permission. The same condition that had been attached to the permission to travel. But now, after nearly dying, after being saved by his own donkey, after having his eyes open to see the spiritual reality he had been blind to, perhaps Balaam would hear it differently. Perhaps now he would understand that this was not a simple business transaction. This was not Balaam being hired to do a job, with freedom to navigate the details as he saw fit while technically maintaining loyalty to God. This was a test of whether Balaam would serve God's purposes or his own interests, whether he would speak truth or what he was being paid to say, whether he would prioritize divine will or human approval. The path forward was not reckless because God had forbidden him to go. The first time, God had indeed said no, and Balaam had correctly refused. But the second time, when Balaam asked again, God had given permission. The recklessness was not in going, but in why he was going, in what he hoped to accomplish, in what he was willing to compromise to achieve his goals. Balaam had convinced himself that he could manage both his faithfulness to God and his desire for the rewards Balak offered. He thought he could walk this path carefully enough to satisfy both heaven and earth, to maintain his integrity while also gaining wealth and influence and prestige. He believed his skill as a prophet, his experience in navigating spiritual matters, his track record of successfully balancing divine authority with practical concerns would allow him to handle this situation without compromising what mattered most. But God requires undivided loyalty. God demands that when we speak in the divine name, we speak only divine words, not our own preferences decorated with religious language. God insists that we choose between serving heavenly purposes and earthly ambitions, because attempting to serve both inevitably leads to serving ourselves while claiming to serve God. The angel's message was clear. Permission had been granted, but the condition remained absolute. Speak only what I tell you, not what Balak wants to hear, not what will maximize your reward, not what will preserve your reputation, or enhance your influence. Only what God commands, regardless of the cost, regardless of the consequences, regardless of how it affects your relationship with those who have hired you. Balaam rose from the ground slowly, carefully, still aware of how close he had come to death. He could see the angel now, could perceive the spiritual reality that had been invisible to him moments before. The sword was still drawn. The divine messenger still stood in the path. But the immediate threat had passed, replaced by a clear understanding of what was required. He remounted his donkey, the animal that had proven wiser than its master. He looked at the creature differently now, with a mixture of shame and gratitude. This beast, which he had beaten 3 times in anger, had saved his life through its stubborn refusal to obey. The donkey had seen spiritual truth with more clarity than the renowned prophet. The animal had demonstrated more faithfulness to divine will than the man who made his living speaking divine words. Balaam gathered the reins, but this time with different hands. Not the hands of someone confident in their own wisdom and authority, but the hands of someone who had been taught humility through the most unlikely teacher imaginable. The journey continued, but everything had changed. Or at least, one hopes, everything had changed. The question remained whether Balaam had truly learned the lesson, whether the experience had penetrated deeply, enough to transform not just his understanding but his heart. The princes of Moab who had witnessed all of this must have been confused and perhaps frightened. What had they just seen? Their hired prophet arguing with his donkey, then prostrating himself before something they could not see, then rising with the look of a man who had come face to face with death and barely survived. But they said nothing. They simply followed as Balaam and his donkey continued toward Moab, toward the confrontation with King Balak, toward the moment when it would become clear whether Balaam would actually keep his promise to speak only what God commanded. Chapter 10. Blessing instead of curse. When Balaam finally arrived in Moab several days later, King Balak came out to meet him with undisguised impatience and barely concealed frustration. The king had been waiting, pacing his palace, sending scouts to watch for the prophet's approach, growing more anxious with each passing day. "Did I not send you an urgent summons?" Balak demanded, his voice tight with accusation. "Why didn't you come to me immediately? Am I really not able to reward you?" The words revealed everything about how Balak viewed this arrangement. Balaam was a tool to be purchased, a service provider who should have been eager to accept such a lucrative contract. The reward offered should have been sufficient motivation to drop everything and come running. The delay between the first delegation and Balaam's eventual arrival was inexplicable and insulting. In Balak's world, everything had a price, and everyone could be bought if the offer was high enough. He had sent not 1 but 2 delegations. He had escalated the promises from substantial to extravagant. He had demonstrated his desperation and his willingness to pay whatever was necessary. Balaam's delay seemed like manipulation, like a negotiating tactic designed to drive up the price even further. Balaam responded carefully, his recent encounter with the angel still fresh in his mind. "I have come to you now, but I can only speak what God puts in my mouth." The words were simple and direct. They established the boundary that would govern everything that followed. Balaam was here. He had made the journey despite the divine opposition he had encountered. But he would not and could not speak whatever Balak wanted to hear. He was bound by a higher authority than any earthly king, answerable to a power that transcended political expedience or financial consideration. Balak seemed satisfied with this answer, perhaps interpreting it as nothing more than appropriate religious piety, the kind of spiritual language that prophets typically used while still delivering the services their clients requested. He led Balaam to a nearby town where they could see the Israelite camp in the distance. They went together to a high place, a location specifically chosen to provide a good vantage point for viewing part of the Israelite encampment spread out below. From this elevated position, Balaam could see the tents stretching across the valley, the cooking fires sending up thin columns of smoke, the people moving about their daily business, completely unaware that a prophet stood above them preparing to pronounce curse or blessing over their heads. Balak arranged for sacrifices to be offered, following the religious protocols that were supposed to accompany prophetic pronouncements. 7 altars were built. 7 bulls and 7 rams were sacrificed. The blood poured out and the meat burned as offerings to whatever gods might be listening. Everything was done properly, according to the traditions that governed such rituals. The preparations were complete. The moment had arrived. Balak stood beside the altars, surrounded by his princes and officials, waiting for Balaam to pronounce the curse that would save Moab from the advancing Israelites. Balaam stood silently for a moment, seeking the words he was supposed to speak, and then he opened his mouth, and what came out was not curse but blessing. The words flowed from him with power and authority, declarations of divine favour that could not be mistaken for anything else. How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced? He spoke of Israel's distinctiveness, their separation from other nations, their identity as a people set apart by divine choice. He described their numbers, comparing them to the dust of the earth, declaring their multiplication and increase. He pronounced them blessed, righteous, favoured by the very God who had sent Balaam to this high place. The blessing continued, building in intensity and clarity. These were not tentative words or carefully hedged statements that could be interpreted in multiple ways. This was straightforward, powerful declaration of Israel's protected status and promised future. Balak was furious. His face flushed with anger. His voice rose in indignation. "What have you done?" "To me, I brought you to curse my enemies, but you have done nothing but bless them." The accusation was direct and reasonable from Balak's perspective. He had sent 2 delegations. He had offered substantial rewards. He had made clear what he wanted and needed. And now, after all that effort and expense, Balaam had done exactly the opposite of what he had been hired to do. But Balaam could only respond with the truth he had learned on the road, the lesson that had been beaten into him through his donkey's stubborn refusal to carry him to his death. Must I not speak what the Lord puts in my mouth? It was not an apology. It was not an expression of regret or an attempt to explain why he had failed to deliver what was requested. It was simply a statement of fact. He had promised to speak only what God commanded. God had commanded blessing, therefore he blessed. The matter was that simple and that final. But Balak was not ready to give up. Perhaps this location was the problem. Perhaps, from a different vantage point, with a different view of the Israelite camp, the result would be different. Perhaps if they tried again with fresh sacrifices and renewed ritual, Balaam would be able to pronounce the curse that Moab so desperately needed. He took Balaam to another location, a place called the top of Pisgah, where the view was different and perhaps more conducive to cursing. Once again, 7 altars were built. Once again, 7 bulls and 7 rams were sacrificed. Once again, everything was prepared according to proper ritual protocols. And once again, when Balaam opened his mouth, blessing came out instead of curse. This time the words were even more powerful. Balaam declared that God is not human, that God does not lie or change the divine mind the way humans do. He spoke of God's command to bless Israel, of the impossibility of revoking what God had declared. He described the Lord's presence with Israel, the divine power that dwelt among them, the protection they enjoyed because God had brought them out of Egypt. He proclaimed that no curse could be effective against Israel, that no divination or sorcery could work against them, because God had blessed them. He compared them to a lioness rising up, to a lion that does not rest until it devours its prey. The imagery was powerful and unmistakable. Israel was strong, protected, destined for victory over its enemies. Balak's frustration reached new heights. "If you won't curse them, at least don't bless them," he shouted, his desperation now mixed with fury at this prophet, who seemed determined to do exactly the opposite of what he'd been brought to do. But once again, Balaam could only respond with the truth. "Did I not tell you that I must speak whatever the Lord says?" This happened not twice, but 3 times. Balak took Balaam to yet another location, the top of Mount Peor, overlooking a different part of the Israelite camp. Perhaps from here, with a fresh start and renewed determination, the result would be different. 7 more altars, 7 more bulls, 7 more rams. The same ritual repeated for the 3rd time, each repetition demonstrating Balak's desperate hope that persistence would eventually produce the desired result. And for the 3rd time, Balaam opened his mouth and blessed Israel. This final blessing was the most elaborate and beautiful of all. Balaam spoke as one in a trance, as someone seeing visions from God. He described the beauty of Israel's camp, their tents spreading out like gardens beside rivers, like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside streams of water. He proclaimed their prosperity, their military might, their triumph over enemies. He declared that those who blessed Israel would be blessed, and those who cursed Israel would be cursed. The very thing Balak had brought Balaam to do, to curse Israel, would result in Balak himself being cursed instead. Finally, Balak's patience broke completely. His anger erupted in full force. He struck, his hands together in frustration and rage. "I summoned you to curse my enemies, but you have blessed them these 3 times. Now leave at once. Go home. I said I would reward you handsomely, but the Lord has kept you from being rewarded." The accusation was clear. Balaam had failed to deliver, and therefore he would receive nothing for his journey. All the promises of wealth and honour and influence evaporated in the heat of Balak's fury. The prophet was being sent away empty-handed, dismissed in disgrace, denied the rewards that had seemed so certain when the journey began. But Balaam had one final message to deliver, one last prophecy that needed to be spoken, even though no one had requested it, and no payment would be forthcoming. He spoke of Israel's future king, of a ruler who would rise from Jacob, of a scepter that would emerge from Israel and crush the foreheads of Moab's people. He prophesied the destruction of Moab's enemies, the establishment of Israel's dominance, the fulfillment of divine promises made centuries earlier to their ancestor Abraham. And then, having spoken everything God had given him to say, Balaam prepared to return home. He had travelled to Moab at great expense and with substantial risk. He had encountered an angel sent to kill him on the road. He had been saved by his donkey's wisdom when his own spiritual sight had failed completely. He had arrived in Moab and blessed Israel 3 times despite being hired to curse them. And now he would leave with nothing to show for it except the knowledge that he had, finally, spoken only what God commanded. The blessing stood, spoken and unretractable. Every word that had come from Balaam's mouth had been exactly what Balak did not want to hear, and exactly what God had determined should be spoken. Israel was blessed. The words could not be taken back. The pronouncements could not be undone. And Moab would have to face the approaching nation without the spiritual weapon they had hoped to deploy against them. Epilogue. When God uses the unlikely. The story of Balaam and his donkey stands as one of the strangest and most profound narratives in all of Scripture. It is a story that makes us uncomfortable, that challenges our assumptions about wisdom and foolishness, about who God chooses to speak through and why. It refuses to fit into neat categories or simple moral frameworks. It presents us with a prophet who is both faithful and faithless, obedient and rebellious, spiritually gifted and spiritually blind. God used a donkey to save a prophet. Let that sink in for a moment. Not another prophet. Not an angel appearing in visible form from the beginning. Not a dramatic vision or an audible voice from heaven. A donkey, an animal considered among the least intelligent of domesticated creatures. A beast of burden valued only for its ability to carry loads and transport humans from one place to another. This donkey, which could not read scripture or quote theology or make sophisticated arguments about divine will, possessed spiritual sight that the renowned prophet lacked. This humble animal, which had no training in prophetic arts and no reputation for wisdom, demonstrated more faithfulness to divine purposes than the man who made his living communicating with God. Think about what this means for our assumptions about spiritual authority and religious expertise. We tend to believe that education matters, that training is essential, that proper credentials and recognized authority are necessary for someone to be trusted as a spiritual guide. We assume that those who have devoted their lives to religious study, who have demonstrated prophetic gifts, who have track records of successfully hearing from God, are the ones we should listen to when spiritual matters are at stake, and then God uses a donkey to teach a prophet about obedience. This is not a story that flatters human pride. It does not suggest that education, reputation, spiritual gifts, or Religious authority automatically grants us clarity about truth. In fact, it suggests precisely the opposite. It demonstrates that all our certainty, all our confidence in our own spiritual perception, all our accumulated wisdom and experience can become the very thing that blinds us to what God is actually doing right in front of us. Balaam was not an evil man, at least not in any simple or straightforward way. He was not deliberately rebelling against God with full knowledge that he was doing wrong. He sought divine guidance before making decisions. He refused the first delegation because God told him not to go. He made a point of saying repeatedly that he could only speak what God put in his mouth. By all external measures, he was behaving like a faithful prophet should behave. But somewhere in his heart, in the place where intentions form and desires take shape, Balaam had developed a divided loyalty. He wanted to serve God, but he also wanted the wealth and prestige that Balak was offering. He wanted to maintain his reputation as someone who heard from God, but he also wanted to be seen as powerful and valuable by earthly kings. He wanted to speak divine truth, but he also wanted to be rewarded handsomely for his services, and he convinced himself that it was possible to have both, that he could navigate this situation skillfully enough to satisfy both heaven and earth, that his spiritual gifts and experience would allow him to walk this narrow path without falling off either side. This is perhaps the most dangerous form of spiritual blindness, the belief that we can serve two masters if we are just clever enough or careful enough or spiritually mature enough to balance their competing demands. Jesus would later say explicitly that this is impossible, that no one can serve both God and money, that attempting to do so inevitably leads to loving one and hating the other. But Balaam lived before that teaching was made explicit, and he thought he could manage what was actually impossible. His desire for recognition, his attraction to wealth, his sense of his own importance and capability created a blindness more complete than any physical impairment could cause. He could not see the angel standing in his path because he did not want to see. His internal certainty that he was handling the situation properly, that he had received divine permission, and therefore could proceed with confidence, blocked his ability to perceive spiritual reality. He convinced himself that going to Moab was acceptable because God had given permission when he asked the second time. He persuaded himself that he could take Balak's money while still maintaining integrity by only speaking what God commanded. He thought he understood the situation fully and could navigate it successfully. And he was completely, dangerously wrong. It took a donkey seeing an angel to penetrate his blindness. It took the humiliation of being contradicted by his own beast of burden to break through his certainty. It took the experience of nearly being killed by the very God he claimed to serve before Balaam could see truth clearly. The donkey had no theology degree. The donkey had never studied the prophetic traditions or learned the proper protocols for seeking divine guidance. The donkey had no reputation to protect and no desire for wealth or prestige. The donkey simply saw what was directly in front of it and refused to walk into obvious danger. And that simple, immediate response to present reality proved more spiritually valuable than all of Balaam's accumulated wisdom and prophetic experience. Consider what the donkey teaches us about genuine faithfulness. The animal did not need to understand why the angel was there or what larger spiritual dynamics were at play. It did not need to comprehend the political implications of Balaam's journey, or the theological questions raised by God giving permission for something God opposed. The donkey just needed to see the angel with the drawn sword and recognize that forward movement meant death. This is basic, fundamental faithfulness, seeing what is actually there and responding appropriately, without needing to fit the experience into a pre-existing framework, or interpret it through the lens of what we want or expect or believe should be true. Balaam could not do this. His prophetic training, his spiritual gifts, his confidence in his own ability to discern divine will actually made him less capable of seeing truth than his donkey was. He had theories and frameworks and understanding that he tried to fit reality into. The donkey had none of that. It just had eyes that could see an angel and instincts that recognized danger. The lesson here is not primarily about donkeys or angels or ancient prophets. The lesson is about us, about the human capacity for self-deception, about how easily we can mistake our own desires for divine leading, about the danger of becoming so confident in our spiritual perception that we stop being willing to be corrected. How often do we pray for guidance but secretly hope God will confirm what we already want to do? How often do we claim to be seeking God's will while actually just looking for divine permission to pursue our own plans? How often do we trust our own spiritual judgment to the point where we dismiss or ignore signs that we might be heading in the wrong direction? How often do we, like Balaam, ask God the same question twice when we do not like the first answer, hoping that changed circumstances or different wording will produce the permission we are seeking? Balaam's donkey teaches us that wisdom is not tied to status or education or spiritual giftedness. That truth can come from unexpected sources, from places we would never think to look, from voices we might be inclined to dismiss as unqualified or unimportant. That God will use whatever means necessary to get our attention when we are walking toward danger while convinced we are following the divine path. The donkey could not argue theology or quote scripture, or make sophisticated arguments about proper interpretation of divine commands. It could only see what was directly in front of it and refuse to walk into obvious danger. And that simple form of faithfulness turned out to be exactly what was needed. Sometimes, perhaps more often than we would like to admit, the simplest form of faithfulness is exactly what we need. Not complex theological reasoning, not careful analysis of competing interpretations, not sophisticated spiritual discernment that weighs various factors and comes to nuanced conclusions. Just the basic ability to see what is actually in front of us and respond appropriately. Seeing truth requires humility. It requires the willingness to admit we might be wrong, even when we are certain we are right. Especially when we are certain we are right. It requires us to pay attention when circumstances tell us something different than what we expected. It requires us to consider that maybe, just maybe, we are not seeing the full picture, that our understanding is incomplete, that our certainty is misplaced. It requires us to be willing to learn from sources we might initially dismiss as inferior or unqualified, to recognize that someone with less education might see things we miss, that someone with less experience might have clearer perception precisely because they are not viewing everything through the lens of accumulated assumptions and established frameworks. It requires us to value truth over our own ego, to prioritize accurate perception over maintaining our reputation for wisdom, to care more about actually understanding reality than about appearing to understand reality. God often speaks through what we overlook, through the people we consider unimportant or unsophisticated, through the voices we dismiss as lacking proper authority or credentials, through the circumstances we find frustrating and inconvenient because they do not fit our plans, through the obstacles that seem to be blocking our path but might actually be protecting us from walking into disaster. The question is whether we are willing to listen, whether we can cultivate the kind of humility that allows us to hear truth regardless of its source, whether we can recognize divine guidance even when it arrives through channels we never expected and would not have chosen. Balaam's story does not end cleanly or simply. Even after his encounter with the angel, even after blessing Israel 3 times as God commanded, his relationship with God remained complicated. Later biblical texts suggest that Balaam eventually did find ways to harm Israel, that his desire for reward ultimately led him to give Balak advice that led to Israel's sin and punishment. The experience on the road changed him, but perhaps not as completely or permanently as it should have. This is sobering and realistic. Dramatic spiritual experiences do not always produce lasting transformation. Having our eyes opened does not guarantee that we will keep them open. Learning humility through humiliation does not mean we will remain humble once the immediate crisis has passed. But the story itself endures, preserved in Scripture as a testimony to what happens when spiritual pride meets divine opposition. It stands as a warning to all who claim to speak for God. Check your motivations, examine your heart, remain humble enough to be corrected, and never become so confident in your own spiritual perception that you cannot learn from a donkey. God speaks through what we overlook, and God is listening for whether we are willing to hear. As you settle into rest tonight, perhaps let this story work on your heart the way these ancient stories are meant to work. Not as entertainment, not as mere history, but as a mirror held up to show us ourselves. Not as a quaint tale about a talking animal, but as a profound meditation on the nature of spiritual blindness and the unexpected ways God breaks through our certainty to teach us truth. Where are the places in your own life where certainty might be creating blindness? Where have you become so confident in your understanding that you have stopped being willing to question your assumptions or consider that you might be wrong? Where are the voices you are dismissing, the warnings you are ignoring, the signs you are refusing to see because they do not fit your expectations or support your plans? Where are the donkeys in your life, the unlikely sources of wisdom that might be trying to save you from walking into disaster? The people whose counsel you dismiss because they lack proper credentials? The circumstances that frustrate you because they seem to be blocking your path? The obstacles that make you angry because they prevent you from reaching goals you have set? What if those obstacles are angels with drawn swords? What if those frustrations are divine interventions? What if those voices you are dismissing are actually seeing spiritual reality more clearly than you can see it with all your accumulated wisdom and experience? Where are the opportunities to practice humility before humiliation is forced upon you? Where can you choose to examine your heart, question your motivations, consider that your desire for certain outcomes might be blinding you to truth you need to see? These are not comfortable questions. They require a level of honest self-examination that most of us resist most of the time. It is far easier to remain confident in our own judgment, to trust our own spiritual perception, to proceed with certainty even when signs suggest we might be heading in the wrong direction. But Balaam's story suggests that maintaining that certainty might cost us more than we are willing to pay, that spiritual blindness can be deadly, that refusing to listen to unlikely messengers can lead us directly into the path of divine judgment, and it also suggests that God is merciful, patient, willing to intervene repeatedly to protect us from our own foolishness. The angel appeared 3 times. The donkey turned aside 3 times. Balaam was given multiple opportunities to recognize what was happening before the final confrontation forced him to see. God did not simply strike Balaam dead on the road. God sent an angel. God gave the donkey speech. God opened Balaam's eyes. God worked to save the prophet even from himself, even when Balaam was actively pursuing a course that would lead to destruction. This is worth remembering when we are tempted to despair about our own blindness or foolishness. God is not waiting eagerly to punish us for our failures of perception. God is working to open our eyes, sending messengers we might not recognize, creating obstacles that feel frustrating but are actually protective, speaking through voices we might initially dismiss. The question is whether we will have ears to hear and eyes to see, whether we will remain humble, enough to learn from sources we would not have chosen, whether we will value truth more than our own pride, whether we will choose faithfulness over reputation, obedience over reward, divine approval over human recognition. God speaks through what we overlook, through donkeys and children and unlikely prophets, through circumstances that seem random and people who appear unqualified, through the small and the weak and the overlooked, precisely because using such means demonstrates that the power and wisdom come from God and not from impressive human sources. And God is listening for whether we are willing to hear, not just willing to hear when the message confirms what we already believe, not just willing to hear when it comes through channels we consider legitimate and authoritative, but willing to hear even when the truth arrives through a source that seems impossible, that challenges our pride, that requires us to admit we have been blind. Balaam eventually spoke the blessings God required him to speak. But he did so only after being humbled completely, only after being shown how little he actually understood, only after his donkey proved wiser than he was. His story is preserved not as an example to emulate, but as a warning about the dangers of divided loyalty and spiritual pride. May we learn from his mistakes without having to repeat them. May we cultivate the kind of humility that allows us to see clearly before we walk into danger. May we value wisdom wherever it comes from, rather than dismissing truth because it arrives through unexpected channels. May we remember that sometimes the donkey sees what the prophet cannot, and may that memory keep us humble, attentive, and willing to be taught by the most unlikely teachers. Rest now in that truth. Let it settle into your heart as you drift towards sleep. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own opportunities to choose between certainty and humility, between maintaining our pride and embracing truth, even when it comes from sources we would not have chosen. The road ahead is not always what it seems. Angels stand in paths we cannot see. Donkeys sometimes speak truths that prophets miss. And God works through what we overlook to accomplish purposes we cannot imagine. Walk carefully, listen widely, remain humble, and remember that the measure of wisdom is not how much we know, but how willing we are to admit what we do not know. The greatest spiritual gift is not the ability to prophesy or work miracles or speak with authority. It is simply the willingness to see what is actually there, rather than what we expect or want or believe should be there. May you sleep well, with eyes open to truth from whatever source it comes, and may you wake with the wisdom to recognize divine guidance, even when it arrives through means you never anticipated. The donkey saw the angel, the prophet did not, and that simple fact contains more wisdom than libraries full of theological treatises. Learn from it, remember it. Let it shape how you walk through the world, and may you never become so certain of your own spiritual perception that you cannot learn from the humblest teacher. Rest now. Peace be with you. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know and makes a real difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more people who might enjoy this kind of content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. Finally, if you enjoy what we do here, please subscribe. It means everything. Now, let's get into tonight's story. There are moments in history that echo louder than thunder. Moments when kingdoms rise and fall on the edge of a sword. But sometimes, the most powerful acts happen in silence. Far from the crowds, far from the monuments, far from anyone who might record them. This is a story about one of those moments. A story about an old man who changed the course of a kingdom without ever lifting a weapon, without ever seeking fame, without ever asking for anything in return. His name was Barzillai, and what he did would reveal something profound about faith, loyalty, and the kind of service that God remembers even when the world forgets. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Chaos. The roads leading out of Jerusalem were choked with dust and desperation. King David, the man who had slain Goliath, the warrior poet who had united a fractured nation, was running for his life. Not from a foreign army, not from invaders at the gate, from his own son. Absalom had turned the hearts of Israel against his father. What began as whispers of dissent had grown into open rebellion. The prince was young, charismatic, beautiful in appearance and persuasive in speech. He had stood at the city gates, listening to grievances, promising justice, slowly building a coalition of the disaffected and ambitious. And then he struck. The rebellion came swiftly. Absalom declared himself king in Hebron, and thousands rallied to his banner. David, caught off guard by the speed and scale of the uprising, made a decision that shocked his closest advisors. He fled. He left Jerusalem behind, taking with him only those who remained loyal. The Cherethites and Pelethites, his personal guard, a few hundred soldiers, priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant, servants, wives, children, a caravan of the displaced moving east through the Kidron Valley, climbing the Mount of Olives with their heads covered in mourning. David wept as he walked barefoot up the mountain, a king without a throne, a father betrayed by his own blood. The city he had claimed for God now belonged to his enemy. The throne he had been promised as eternal now seemed impossibly fragile. Behind him, Jerusalem fell into Absalom's hands without a single arrow fired. The transition was seamless, terrifyingly efficient. Absalom moved into the palace, declared his kingship before the people, and began consolidating power with the kind of brutal pragmatism that left no room for mercy. David's group moved east, toward the wilderness, toward the Jordan River. They were exhausted. Many had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Food was scarce, water was rationed, Children cried. The elderly struggled to keep pace. This was not an army on the march. This was a people in exile. The journey toward the Jordan was grueling in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. Every step away from Jerusalem felt like a step away from legitimacy. The city was not just the capital. It was the symbol of everything David had built. The place where the ark rested. The centre of worship. The seat of God's chosen king. Leaving it meant leaving behind more than stone and wood. It meant abandoning the visible proof of God's favour. The tangible evidence that David's kingship was real and ordained and permanent. Now, walking through the wilderness with a handful of loyalists, that certainty seemed distant. The promises felt abstract. The covenant appeared fragile. David's closest companions watched him with concern. They had seen him face armies without flinching. They had watched him spare Saul's life twice when killing him would have been justified. They had witnessed his courage in battle and his wisdom in judgment. But this was different. This was personal in ways that warfare never was. This was his own son, his own flesh, turning against him with a hatred that seemed incomprehensible. How do you fight someone you still love? How do you defend yourself against someone you once held as a child? The questions had no good answers. Among the refugees fleeing with David were people from every level of society. Noble families who had remained loyal, servants who chose exile over serving a usurper, warriors whose allegiance to David transcended political calculation, priests who understood that God's anointing did not transfer just because circumstances changed. They moved through the landscape like ghosts of a former glory. Some walked, some rode donkeys or horses. The elderly were carried. Children too young to walk were held by mothers whose faces showed the strain of constant worry. They passed through villages where people watched from doorways, unwilling to offer help but also unwilling to report their movements to Absalom's forces. The neutrality was understandable but still painful. These were people David had protected, whose lands he had secured, whose disputes he had settled with justice. Now they watched him pass without acknowledgement, waiting to see which side would win before committing themselves. The landscape itself seemed indifferent to their plight. The hills rolled on endlessly. The sun beat down without mercy. The nights grew cold. The wilderness that had once been David's refuge when he fled from Saul now became his prison once again, a place of waiting and uncertainty. As they descended toward the Jordan Valley, the reality of their situation became increasingly clear. They had no base of operations, no secure location, no certainty about what would happen next. They were dependent on whatever support they could find among the tribes east of the Jordan, in territories that had always been more independent, less integrated into the unified kingdom David had built. It was a precarious position for a king, and everyone knew it. The whispers began among the refugees, quiet conversations about what would happen if Absalom pursued them, about whether they had enough warriors to mount a defence, about how long they could survive without a steady supply of provisions. David heard these whispers. He understood the fear behind them, but he also understood something his followers were struggling to remember. God had not abandoned him. The covenant had not been revoked. The promises remained, even when the evidence seemed to contradict them. This was a test, not of David's military capability or political acumen, but of faith itself. Would he trust God when everything visible suggested that God's favour had been withdrawn? Would he remain faithful when faithfulness seemed futile? The answer would determine not just David's fate, but the fate of the kingdom God had promised to establish through his line. And the future had never been more uncertain. Chapter 2. An old man by the Jordan east of the Jordan, in the region of Gilead, there lived a man named Barzillai. He was from Rogelim, a settlement that rarely appeared in the records of kings and prophets. It was the kind of place people passed through rather than remembered. Agricultural land, sheep and grain, quiet prosperity without drama. Barzillai was elderly. The scriptures would later note he was 80 years old, though some believed he was even older. He had lived through the reigns of Saul and David. He had seen war and peace, famine and plenty. He had built a life, through hard work and careful management, accumulating wealth not through conquest but through consistency. He owned land, he had flocks, He employed workers and managed trade routes. His household was respected in the region, known for fairness and integrity. But Barzillai was not a public figure. He held no official position. He commanded no troops. He had never stood before kings or addressed assemblies. His life was provincial in the best sense of the word, rooted in family and community rather than political ambition. He was, by every measure that mattered to the chroniclers of Israel's history, unremarkable. Yet Barzillai paid attention. He listened to the reports coming from Jerusalem. He heard about Absalom's rebellion, about David's flight, about the kingdom tearing itself apart. He knew the roads that led through Gilead, knew that refugees and warriors would soon be passing through his territory. And he understood something that many had forgotten. David was not just a king. He was the anointed one, the man God had chosen to lead Israel. Whatever political calculations others were making, whatever hedging of bets and waiting to see who would win, Barzillai saw something deeper. This was a test of faith, not David's faith. David's faith had been proven 1,000 times over. This was a test of everyone else's faith, a test of whether they believed God's promises were real or just convenient stories to tell when times were good. Barzillai watched from his estate as the distant dust clouds approached. He saw the refugees, the soldiers, the desperate caravan making its way toward the river. He saw exhaustion and fear and the kind of weariness that comes when everything you believed was stable suddenly collapses. And he made a decision. The decision was not made lightly. Barzillai understood the implications. Helping David meant declaring allegiance to a fugitive king against a prince who currently held power. It meant risking everything he had built over a lifetime: his property, his family's safety, his standing in the community. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded permanently, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would mark him as an enemy of the new regime. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. Business relationships could dissolve overnight. At 80 years old, with wealth accumulated through decades of careful management, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral, wait, watch. See who emerges victorious before committing resources or declaring allegiance. This was the path most were taking, the path of prudent self-preservation. But Barzillai had not built his life on prudence alone. Underneath the practical businessman, underneath the careful manager of estates and flocks, there existed a bedrock of theological conviction that went deeper than any political calculation. He believed God's promises were real, not metaphorical, not conditional, not subject to revision based on current circumstances. God had chosen David, had anointed him through Samuel, had established a covenant promising that David's throne would endure. These were not suggestions or aspirations, they were divine declarations, and if they were divine declarations, then they remained true regardless of whether David sat in Jerusalem or wandered in the wilderness, regardless of whether thousands rallied to his banner or only a few hundred remained loyal, regardless of whether his situation looked hopeless or promising. The anointing did not depend on circumstances, it preceded them and transcended them. This understanding shaped Barzillai's response to the crisis unfolding before him. He did not see David as a king who might or might not be restored. He saw David as God's chosen ruler who was temporarily displaced, but whose ultimate victory was assured by divine promise. Acting on that conviction meant accepting risk, but Barzillai had lived long enough to understand that faith always involves risk. That trust in God's promises requires action even when outcomes are uncertain. That genuine belief manifests not in words but in choices that carry real cost. He assembled his household, called together his stewards and workers, began organising provisions on a scale that would sustain hundreds of people for an extended period. His servants, seeing the scope of what he was planning, understood the implications immediately. This was not charity. This was taking sides. This was a declaration that could not be walked back or explained away if circumstances turned against them. Some questioned the wisdom of such commitment, suggested a more modest contribution that could be presented as humanitarian aid rather than political alliance, argued that helping refugees was one thing, but helping a fugitive king was quite another. Barzillai listened to these concerns, acknowledged their validity, then proceeded with his original plan anyway, because this was not about politics. This was not about calculating odds or hedging bets. This was about faithfulness to what God had established, regardless of personal cost. His household, seeing his determination, set aside their objections and began preparing. They gathered provisions from storehouses, assembled bedding and cooking vessels, organised transportation for the supplies, coordinated with workers to ensure a steady flow of provisions would continue beyond the initial delivery. The magnitude of the preparation reflected both Barzillai's wealth and his commitment. This was not a token gesture. This was a comprehensive support system, the kind of provision that could make the difference between survival and collapse for David's entire group. As the work progressed, word spread through Rogelim and the surrounding region. Some praised Barzillai's loyalty, others criticised his recklessness. Most simply watched and waited, reserving judgment until events revealed whether his choice had been wise or foolish. Barzillai remained unmoved by both praise and criticism. Public opinion, he had learned over 8 decades of life, was fickle and unreliable. What mattered was obedience to what faith required. What mattered was acting in accordance with conviction rather than convenience. The provisions were assembled, the transport arranged, everything was ready, and Barzillai prepared to meet a king in exile with the kind of support that would reveal where his ultimate allegiance lay. Chapter 3. Choosing to act. The decision Barzillai faced was not simple. Helping David meant taking sides in a civil war. It meant declaring loyalty to a king in exile against a prince in power. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would be remembered. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. At his age, with his wealth, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral. Wait. See who wins. But Barzillai did not choose safety. When David's group reached the Jordan, Barzillai was there. Not with an army, not with political declarations or public gestures. He came with supplies, beds and blankets, basins for washing, pottery and cooking vessels, wheat and barley, flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds, sheep already butchered and prepared for cooking, cheese made from the milk of his own flocks. He brought everything a weary, hungry people would need. The provision was comprehensive, practical, and expensive. This was not a token gesture. This was not charity that could be explained away if questioned. This was a full commitment of resources, the kind of support that could sustain hundreds of people for days or even weeks. David's followers, many of whom had fled with nothing, stared at the abundance laid out before them. Children reached for bread. Warriors who had marched all night without eating sat down to real meals. The elderly found places to rest on proper bedding for the first time since leaving Jerusalem. Barzillai oversaw the distribution personally. He spoke quietly with David's commanders, asking what else was needed. He arranged for fresh water. He ensured the supply lines would continue, that his people would bring more provisions as needed. He did all of this without speeches, without demanding recognition, without negotiating for position or reward. The scene at the Jordan crossing became one of those moments that define character more clearly than any crisis ever could. Here were David's people, exhausted and afraid, suddenly surrounded by abundance provided by a man they had never met, a man who owed them nothing, a man who risked everything to support them. Some of the refugees wept as they ate, not just from relief, though relief was certainly part of it, but from the unexpected grace of being helped when help seemed impossible, from the reality that someone believed in David's kingship enough to stake their fortune on it. The warriors, hardened by years of combat, felt something shift inside them. They had followed David out of loyalty, but the journey into exile had tested that loyalty severely. Watching their king reduced to a fugitive, seeing the throne usurped by his own son, wondering whether they had chosen the losing side in a civil war, all of this had created doubt. Barzillai's provision answered those doubts without words. Here was someone with no personal connection to David, no obligation to help, no promise of reward, who nevertheless gave generously and completely. If this elderly landowner from Gilead believed David was still God's anointed king, perhaps the cause was not as hopeless as it seemed. The psychological impact of Barzillai's support extended far beyond the material provisions, crucial as those were. It reminded David's followers that they were not alone, that faithfulness to God's anointed still mattered to some people, that the covenant promises had not been forgotten by everyone. David himself was deeply moved. He had experienced betrayal from those he trusted most. His own son had turned against him. His counselor Ahithophel had joined the rebellion. People he had defended and protected had watched him flee without offering assistance, and now this stranger, this elderly man from a provincial town, had provided more support than most of David's supposed allies combined. When David thanked him, Barzillai simply nodded. This was what faithfulness looked like. This was what loyalty meant, not when it was easy and public and guaranteed to be rewarded, but when it was costly and uncertain and potentially dangerous. The provisions were distributed efficiently. Barzillai's servants worked alongside David's people, ensuring everyone received what they needed. Cooking fires were lit. Tents were erected using the supplies Barzillai had brought. The camp transformed from a desperate refugee situation into something approaching organised stability. Children who had been crying from hunger were fed and settled. The elderly who had been struggling to keep pace found comfortable places to rest. Warriors who had been operating on adrenaline and determination alone finally got proper meals and the promise of more to come. The transformation was remarkable. Within hours of Barzillai's arrival, David's camp went from crisis to sustainability. The provisions bought them time to rest, time to regroup, time to plan their next move without the desperate urgency of immediate survival needs. Barzillai coordinated with his household to ensure the supply line would continue. He arranged for regular deliveries of food and necessities. He made his resources available for as long as David needed them. He committed not to a single gesture of support, but to ongoing provision for the duration of the crisis. This level of commitment went far beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. It represented a complete dedication to David's cause, a willingness to sustain the exiled king's household indefinitely if necessary, and he did it all without negotiating for anything in return, without securing promises of future reward, without even asking for acknowledgement beyond the simple courtesy of acceptance. The people ate, they rested, they regained strength, and Barzillai returned to Rogelim back to his quiet life, leaving behind only the memory of his kindness and the tangible reality of his support. For many in David's camp, that support made the difference between survival and collapse. It provided the foundation they needed to regroup, to plan, to prepare for what came next. But Barzillai did not stay to see it. He had done what needed to be done. The outcome was in God's hands. His servants continued the supply line he had established. Regular deliveries of provisions arrived at David's camp. The support was reliable, generous, and consistent. It allowed David to focus on the military and political challenges ahead without the constant worry of how to feed and shelter his followers. In the days that followed, as David consolidated his position east of the Jordan and began preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Absalom's forces, the stability provided by Barzillai's support proved crucial. Warriors could train, strategies could be developed, alliances could be forged. All of this became possible because one elderly man in Gilead had understood what faithfulness required and had acted on that understanding without hesitation or calculation of personal benefit. The kingdom would remember this moment, but Barzillai would not seek such remembrance. He had simply done what was right, what was required, what faith demanded in that particular moment. And then he had gone home. Chapter 4. Helping the anointed in hiding. The theological weight of what Barzillai had done became clearer as the days passed. David was not just any king. He was the Lord's anointed, chosen by God through the prophet Samuel when he was still a shepherd boy. His kingship was not merely political, it was covenantal. God had promised that David's throne would be established forever, that his lineage would produce the Messiah. But now that promise seemed threatened. The faithful in Israel faced a profound question. Did God's promises depend on circumstances? Did they hold true only when the king was in power, sitting safely in Jerusalem? Or did they remain true even when the king was in exile, hunted by his own son, dependent on the charity of distant supporters? Barzillai's answer was clear. The promises held. The anointing remained. David was still God's chosen king, whether he sat on a throne or slept in the wilderness. This was not political pragmatism. This was theological conviction. Others had made different calculations. Many who had served David in Jerusalem now served Absalom, justifying the switch with talk of inevitability and practical necessity. Advisors had changed sides. Military commanders had defected. Even Ahithophel, David's most trusted counselor, had joined the rebellion. The narrative being constructed in Jerusalem was that David's time was over, that this was a natural transition, that Absalom represented the future while David represented the past. But Barzillai rejected that narrative entirely. He understood that God's purposes are not subject to human opinion polls or military outcomes. What God establishes, no rebellion can permanently overturn. What God anoints, no conspiracy can legitimately replace. The anointing was not a temporary designation that could be transferred based on popularity or power. It was a permanent spiritual reality. When Samuel had poured oil on David's head years ago, declaring him king over Israel, that act had initiated something that transcended politics. It had established David as God's representative, God's chosen instrument for leading the nation. That designation did not expire when circumstances became difficult. It did not transfer to Absalom just because Absalom had managed to seize power temporarily. Understanding this required a different way of seeing reality. It required recognizing that spiritual truths operate on a level deeper than visible circumstances, that God's purposes unfold over timescales that make immediate events seem less determinative. Most people could not see this way. They looked at Jerusalem under Absalom's control and concluded that Absalom was now the legitimate ruler. They looked at David in exile and concluded that his reign was over. They made judgments based on what appeared to be true rather than what God had declared to be true. Barzillai saw differently. He saw through the immediate crisis to the underlying reality. God had chosen David. God had made promises to David. Those facts remained constant regardless of temporary circumstances. So he helped David, not because he thought David would definitely win, not because he had insider information about military strategy, but because helping God's anointed was the right thing to do, regardless of outcome. This kind of faith is rare. It operates without guarantees. It acts on principle rather than probability. It serves without seeing the end of the story. In the weeks that followed, as David regrouped and prepared his forces, the support of people like Barzillai proved crucial. It was not just the material provisions, though those mattered enormously. It was the message those provisions sent. You are not alone. You are still the king. We still believe. David had lost his capital. He had lost his son. He had lost the visible symbols of his authority, but he had not lost everything. The faithful remained. The covenant held. And God's purposes, however obscured by current events, continued to unfold. Barzillai's quiet act of provision became part of that unfolding, a thread in the larger tapestry, a small but essential contribution to the preservation of the Davidic line, and he made that contribution without any certainty that history would remember his name. The faithfulness Barzillai demonstrated was not unique to him personally, though his particular expression of it was remarkable. Throughout Israel's history, there had always been people who understood that serving God meant more than maintaining religious rituals. It meant acting in accordance with God's declared purposes, even when those purposes seemed threatened by present circumstances. These were the people who hid prophets when kings sought to kill them, who protected the faithful during periods of apostasy, who maintained worship when it became dangerous to do so, who remembered God's promises when everyone else had forgotten them. They rarely became famous. Their names seldom appeared in the Chronicles, but they were the ones who actually preserved the faith through generations of crisis and compromise. Barzillai belonged to this tradition. He was one of the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience sustained God's purposes when those purposes appeared most vulnerable. His provision for David was not an isolated act of generosity. It was an expression of lifelong faithfulness, of theological conviction developed over decades, of commitment to God's kingdom that ran deeper than any political allegiance or personal ambition. This is why the scriptures preserve his story. Not because what he did was extraordinary in scale, though the provision was certainly generous, but because what he did was extraordinary in motive. He helped because helping was what faith required. He gave because God's anointed needed provision. He risked everything because the covenant promises were more real to him than any threat Absalom's regime could pose. In a world of calculated allegiances and hedged bets, Barzillai's complete commitment stood out. He didn't help David a little bit. He did not provide token support that could be explained away if circumstances turned against him. He gave fully, generously, without reservation. And in doing so, he demonstrated what it actually means to trust God's promises. Not to give intellectual assent to theological propositions, but to stake everything on the conviction that what God has declared will come to pass, regardless of how things currently appear. This kind of faith changes kingdoms, not through dramatic displays or military might, but through the quiet, persistent obedience of people who understand that God's purposes advance through faithfulness more than through force. David would remember this. The lesson would shape how he understood loyalty, how he valued those who remained faithful during his darkest hours, how he thought about the relationship between covenant and circumstance, and it would shape how future generations understood what true faithfulness looks like. Not the faithfulness that emerges when outcomes are certain and rewards are guaranteed, but the faithfulness that persists when everything is uncertain and the only guarantee is God's word. Barzillai had embodied that kind of faith, and in doing so, he had become far more than just an elderly landowner from Gilead. He had become an example that would endure for thousands of years, teaching each new generation what it means to trust God completely. Chapter 5. The rebellion ends. The civil war that had seemed inevitable did not last as long as many expected. Absalom's support, though initially widespread, proved shallow. His coalition was built on grievances and promises rather than genuine loyalty. When David's forces, now regrouped and reinforced, began moving against the rebellion, that coalition began to fracture. The decisive battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. David's commanders, despite the king's explicit orders to deal gently with Absalom, engaged the rebel forces in terrain that favoured experience over numbers. The dense forest broke up formations, made cavalry charges impossible, turned the battle into a grinding series of small engagements where David's veteran warriors had every advantage. 20,000 men died that day. The forest itself seemed to fight against Absalom's forces, with more soldiers killed by the terrain and confusion than by enemy weapons. And then Absalom himself died. Riding through the forest on a mule, his head caught in the thick branches of an oak tree. The mule continued forward, leaving him hanging, suspended, helpless. Joab, David's commander, found him there and, despite the king's orders, killed him with 3 spears to the heart. The rebellion collapsed immediately. Without Absalom there was no rallying point. His supporters fled or surrendered. The brief kingdom he had established evaporated like morning mist. Word reached David in Mahanaim. The messengers expected celebration. They brought news of victory, of the rebellion crushed, of the throne secured. Instead, David wept. He climbed to the chamber above the gate and cried out in grief that echoed through the camp. His words, raw and broken, revealed the terrible cost of victory. "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would that I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." It was a king's lament, but also a father's. The throne was saved, but the price was unbearable. The grief was genuine and profound. David had lost many things over the course of his life. He had lost his best friend Jonathan. He had lost his infant son born to Bathsheba. He had lost warriors who had followed him since the days of fleeing from Saul. But this loss carried a unique weight. Absalom had not been killed by enemies. He had been killed while actively trying to take David's life, while leading a rebellion designed to destroy everything David had built. By every measure of justice and political necessity, Absalom's death should have been celebrated as the removal of a dangerous threat. But David was not celebrating. He was mourning, because underneath the rebel leader, underneath the usurper and traitor, Absalom was still his son, still the child he had held, still the boy who had needed his father's guidance and protection. The rebellion could not erase that fundamental relationship, could not change the fact that David loved him. This created a strange tension in the camp. The soldiers who had just won a decisive victory found themselves uncomfortable, almost ashamed. They had fought bravely, they had risked their lives, they had secured the throne and preserved the kingdom, and their king was weeping as though they had committed some terrible crime. Joab, practical and blunt as always, eventually confronted David about this. He pointed out that the king was humiliating those who had saved his life, that the grief was inappropriate given the circumstances, that David's mourning for a rebel son was overshadowing the loyalty of faithful followers. The confrontation was harsh but necessary. David eventually emerged from his grief enough to acknowledge his people, to thank them for their faithfulness, to begin the process of restoration. But something had changed. The victory felt hollow. The throne was secure, but the cost of securing it had left scars that would never fully heal. Eventually, after days of mourning, David was convinced to return to Jerusalem. The journey back was complicated by politics and reconciliation. Those who had supported Absalom now sought forgiveness. Those who had remained loyal expected reward. Everyone had a calculation, a positioning for the new reality. The tribes argued about who would have the honour of bringing the king back. Political factions manoeuvred for advantage. Old rivalries surfaced. The unity that had briefly existed during the crisis began fragmenting as soon as the immediate threat passed. David navigated these tensions with the wisdom that had made him a successful king, though the joy of return was tempered by everything he had lost along the way. But David remembered something more important than political manoeuvring. He remembered who had helped him when help was most needed. He remembered the beds and blankets in the wilderness, the food when his people were hungry, the quiet man from Rogelim who had risked everything to support God's anointed king. He remembered Barzillai. Among all the people positioning for reward, among all the political calculations and renewed allegiances, David remembered the one person who had helped without any expectation of return, who had provided support when the outcome was uncertain, who had demonstrated faith rather than opportunism. This memory would shape what happened next, because David understood that loyalty shown during crisis is worth more than loyalty offered after victory is assured, that faithfulness demonstrated when the cost is real matters more than faithfulness proclaimed when the danger has passed. Barzillai had been faithful when it cost him something, when it required risk, when the easy path would have been neutrality or even opposition, and David was not going to forget that. Chapter 6. An Offer from the King. When David crossed back over the Jordan, preparing to reclaim his throne in Jerusalem, Barzillai came to meet him. He accompanied the king part of the way, a gesture of respect and continued loyalty. They travelled together toward Gilgal, and David, aware that Barzillai had not sought any reward or recognition for his support, made an offer. "Come across with me, and I will provide for you in Jerusalem." It was an extraordinary invitation, to live in the king's city, to have a place at the royal table, to be honoured publicly for the loyalty he had shown privately. For a provincial landowner from Gilead, this was the kind of opportunity that could transform not just his life, but his family's future for generations. David was offering more than provision. He was offering status, proximity to power, a permanent place in the court of Israel's greatest king. It was the reward that any reasonable person would accept without hesitation. The offer carried enormous implications. To be provided for by the king meant economic security for life. To live in Jerusalem meant access to the centre of power, the ability to influence decisions and shape policy. To be at the royal table meant prestige, honour, recognition, as one of the king's most trusted companions. For someone of Barzillai's age, it also meant ensuring his family's future. The connections made in Jerusalem, the favour earned through proximity to David, could establish his descendants for generations. His children and grandchildren would benefit from the honour he had earned through his faithfulness. It was, by any standard, a generous and appropriate reward. David was offering to repay loyalty with loyalty, faithfulness with favour. He was demonstrating that serving God's anointed would not go unacknowledged, that those who helped during crisis would be remembered during restoration. But Barzillai was not interested in reasonable calculations. He looked at the king, at the man he had helped, without expecting anything in return, and he declined. His response was gentle but firm. He pointed to his age, to the limitations that came with 80 or more years of life. How many years do I have left to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? It was not false humility. Barzillai was being honest about his circumstances. At his age, the pleasures of court life held little appeal. The music and food and spectacle that others might crave meant nothing to him. His senses were dulled. His energy was limited. He would be, in his own estimation, more of a burden than a benefit. The response revealed something profound about Barzillai's character. He was not declining out of false modesty or theatrical self-deprecation. He was making a genuine assessment of his situation and concluding that accepting David's offer would not actually improve his life in any meaningful way. What would he do in Jerusalem? Sit at banquets where he could barely taste the food? Attend performances where he could barely hear the music? Navigate court politics when he had no interest in power? Spend his final years in a city far from everything familiar, surrounded by people whose motivations he would find alien? The honest answer was that Jerusalem had nothing to offer him, not because David's offer was insincere or insufficient, but because Barzillai had reached a stage of life where the things that motivate most people, recognition, status, comfort, security, had lost their appeal. He had lived 80 years. He had built a successful life. He had raised a family. He had managed his estate well. He had, at the crucial moment, been faithful to what God required of him. What more did he need? What could Jerusalem add to a life already complete in the ways that actually mattered? But there was something deeper in his refusal, something that revealed the true nature of his character. He had not helped David to gain reward. He had helped because it was right, because faith required it, because loyalty to God's anointed was not conditional on personal benefit. Accepting David's offer would have changed the meaning of everything he had done. It would have transformed an act of pure faithfulness into a calculated investment. It would have suggested that his support had been motivated by the hope of future reward, rather than by simple obedience to what God required. Barzillai would not allow his faithfulness to be reinterpreted that way. His provision for David had been unconditional. He had given without expectation of return. He had risked his fortune without any guarantee that David would even survive, much less be restored to power. To accept reward now would retroactively condition that faithfulness. It would turn a pure expression of faith into a transaction. It would reduce genuine loyalty to calculated self-interest. Barzillai refused to allow that transformation. His faithfulness had been real, had been complete, had been offered without strings attached. And it would remain that way, even if it meant declining the very reward that others would consider the ultimate validation. So he declined, politely, gratefully, but firmly. Instead, he made a request. "Let your servant return, that I may die in my own city near the grave of my father and my mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you." Chimham was likely Barzillai's son, or a trusted servant from his household. By asking David to bless Chimham instead, Barzillai was ensuring that the king's generosity would not be wasted, while simultaneously removing himself from the equation. His family would benefit, his household would be honoured. But he would return to Rogelim, to the quiet life he had always known. It was a brilliant solution. It honoured David's desire to reward faithfulness, while preserving the purity of Barzillai's original motivation. It secured his family's future without compromising his own integrity. It allowed the blessing to flow forward to the next generation, while allowing Barzillai himself to maintain the simplicity and authenticity that had characterized his entire life. David accepted this arrangement. He blessed Barzillai and sent him home with honor. Chimham crossed the Jordan with the king and was given a place in David's court, representing the faithfulness of the man who had helped save the kingdom. And Barzillai walked back east toward Gilead, leaving behind the court and the capital and all the recognition he could have claimed. He returned to Rogelim, to his estate, to his flocks and fields, to the ordinary rhythms of life that had sustained him for 8 decades, to the place where his parents were buried and where he himself would eventually rest. He went home, and in going home, he completed one of the most remarkable demonstrations of faith recorded in Scripture. Chapter 7. A Humble Refusal. The journey back to Rogelim gave Barzillai time to reflect. He had watched history unfold. He had played a small but crucial role in preserving the Davidic line. He had met the king, been honoured by him, been offered a place in the story that would be told for generations, and he had walked away. Not because he was ungrateful, not because he doubted David's sincerity, but because his faith did not require external validation. It did not need monuments or positions or public recognition to be real. What he had done for God. The king's gratitude was appreciated but not necessary. The offer of reward was generous but not desired. The entire experience had confirmed what Barzillai had always believed, that faithfulness is its own justification. As he travelled the familiar roads back to his estate, passing the fields he had worked, the villages where he was known, he felt no regret about the choice he'd made. Jerusalem might have been exciting for a younger man, full of possibility and potential, but for him it would have been a distraction from what mattered. His life was in Rogelim, his family was there, his responsibilities, his daily routines, the simple rhythms of agricultural life that had sustained him for 8 decades. These were not lesser things. They were his calling, as real and valid as any royal appointment. God did not need him in Jerusalem. God needed him in Rogelim, being faithful in the place he had been given, among the people he had been called to serve. The landscape of Gilead unfolded around him as he travelled. Rolling hills covered in grass, olive groves, vineyards, small settlements connected by ancient roads. It was not grand or impressive by the standards of Jerusalem, but it was home, and it was enough. Barzillai thought about the life he had built here, the estate he had developed through decades of careful management, the workers he employed, many of whom had been with him for years, some for their entire lives, the relationships he had cultivated in the community, the reputation he had earned for fairness and integrity. These things had value, not the kind of value that impressed chroniclers or appeared in royal records, but real value nonetheless, the value of consistency, of faithfulness in small things, of daily obedience to the responsibilities God had given him. He had never sought greatness, never aspired to influence kings or shape national policy. He had simply tried to be faithful in the context he had been given, to manage his resources well, to treat people fairly, to worship God genuinely, to act with integrity in all his dealings. That faithfulness had positioned him, when the moment came, to provide crucial support to David. But the faithfulness itself had not been motivated by the hope of such moments. It had been motivated by the simple conviction that this was what God required of his people: daily obedience, consistent integrity, readiness to act when action was needed. This understanding, this contentment with obscurity, is one of the rarest qualities in human experience. Most people, if offered the chance for recognition, would take it. Most would rationalize why they deserved the honor, why accepting would actually be the humble thing to do, why declining might even be an insult to the one making the offer. But Barzillai saw through all those justifications. He understood that true humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. It is being so secure in your identity and calling that external validation becomes unnecessary. He had helped the king because the king needed help. not because the king might someday be able to repay him, not because there was an audience to impress, not because history would record his name. He had helped because God's anointed needed provision, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. The equation was that simple. The rest was just noise. When he arrived back in Rogelim, life continued much as it had before. The crops still needed tending. The livestock still needed care. The business of daily existence resumed its familiar patterns. His household welcomed him back. Servants who had wondered whether he would return from Jerusalem or choose to stay in the royal court found him walking up the familiar path, returning to resume his responsibilities as though nothing extraordinary had happened. And in a sense, nothing extraordinary had happened. Barzillai had simply done what needed to be done, what faith required in that particular moment. The fact that it had involved meeting a king and being offered honour was incidental to the fundamental nature of the act itself. He settled back into his routines, rising early, inspecting the flocks, consulting, with stewards about the harvest, settling disputes among workers, managing trade relationships, the 1,000 small tasks that comprised the actual substance of his life. But something had changed, even if no one else could see it. Barzillai had proven something profound about the nature of faith. He had demonstrated that God can work through anyone, anywhere, when they are willing to act without the promise of recognition. He had shown that the kingdom of God advances not just through kings and prophets, not just through those whose names echo through scripture and history, but through quiet people in small places who do what needs to be done and then return to their ordinary lives. And in doing so, he had become extraordinary, not by seeking extraordinariness, not by pursuing greatness or recognition or historical significance, but by being so thoroughly faithful in his ordinary calling that when the extraordinary moment came, he was ready for it. And when the extraordinary moment passed, he was ready to return to the ordinary without regret or resentment. This is the kind of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It emerges only through years of consistent faithfulness, of daily choices to do what is right regardless of who is watching, of persistent obedience to what God requires even when that obedience brings no visible benefit. Barzillai had lived this way for 80 years. The encounter with David had simply revealed publicly what had always been true privately, that his faith was real, his loyalty was genuine, and his character was solid. He was content with that, content to be known for faithfulness rather than fame, content to serve God in obscurity rather than prominence, content to be remembered, if he was remembered at all, not as someone who sought greatness, but as someone who was simply faithful when faithfulness mattered. And that contentment, more than any honour David could have given him, was the true reward for a life well lived. Chapter 8. A Legacy Passed Forward. The story of Barzillai did not end with his return to Rogelim. David kept his promise to honour Shimon. The young man was given land and provision, established in a way that ensured Barzillai's household would be remembered. Later references in scripture suggest that Shimon's inheritance included property near Bethlehem, land that became associated with his name for generations. But more than property or position, what passed forward was the example. Years later, when David was near death and giving final instructions to his son Solomon, he mentioned Barzillai specifically. Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table, for with such kindness they met me when I fled from Absalom your brother. It was a deathbed instruction, a final act of gratitude, ensuring that Solomon would continue to honour the family that had shown such loyalty to David in his darkest moment. The kindness Barzillai had shown was not forgotten, even at the end of David's life. This created a legacy that extended beyond a single generation. Barzillai's faithfulness became a standard, an example cited by kings. His decision to help without seeking reward became a model for what loyalty should look like. The instruction to Solomon was significant in ways that went beyond simple gratitude. David was establishing a principle that would guide his son's reign, that faithfulness should be rewarded, that those who demonstrate loyalty during crisis deserve recognition during prosperity, that a king's memory should be long when it comes to those who helped him. Solomon, who would go on to become known for his wisdom, learned from his father's example. He honoured Barzillai's descendants. He ensured they had a place at the royal table. He maintained the connection between the royal house and the family that had helped preserve it. This meant that Barzillai's faithfulness created opportunities for his children and grandchildren that extended far beyond anything he could have anticipated. His refusal to seek personal reward actually resulted in greater honour for his family line than accepting David's initial offer would have provided. But this outcome was not something Barzillai could have predicted or planned for. It emerged naturally from the character he had demonstrated. Genuine faithfulness, it turns out, creates its own rewards, though those rewards come in forms and at times that cannot be anticipated or controlled. In a culture that valued honour and recognition, that built monuments and wrote chronicles to preserve the names of the notable, Barzillai's story stood as a reminder that God sees and values a different kind of service, the service that happens in secret, the faithfulness that asks for nothing, the loyalty that persists even when the outcome is uncertain. This was the legacy Barzillai passed forward, not through military conquest or political achievement, but through simple obedience to what faith required. He had been given resources and used them to support God's purposes. He had been offered reward and declined it. He had been given the chance for recognition and walked away from it. And in doing so, he had accomplished something that no amount of positioning or ambition could achieve. He had remained faithful to his calling without compromising his character. He had served God's anointed without seeking personal advantage. He had acted righteously without requiring public acknowledgement. The scriptures preserve his story precisely because it exemplifies a kind of faith that is often overlooked but deeply valued by God. A faith that works in obscurity. A faith that serves without expecting applause. A faith that understands that the approval that matters is not from crowds or chroniclers, but from the one who sees everything, even what is done in secret. Barzillai's descendants benefited from his faithfulness. His family was honoured. His name was remembered. But these outcomes were not the motivation for his actions. They were simply the natural result of a life lived in genuine devotion. And that distinction matters, because faith that serves in order to be rewarded is not really faith at all. It is just another form of transaction, another calculation of cost and benefit. True faith serves because service is what love requires, what loyalty demands, what obedience to God looks like in practical terms. Barzillai understood this, and in understanding it, he became an example that would outlast his lifetime, his children's lifetime, and continue speaking to people thousands of years after his death. The example transcended cultural and temporal boundaries. Whether someone lived in ancient Israel or in the modern world, the principle remained the same. Genuine faithfulness does not depend on circumstances, does not require recognition, and does not calculate returns. It simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right. This is the legacy Barzillai passed forward. Not a legacy of monuments or military victories or political achievements, but a legacy of character, of integrity, of faithfulness that persisted regardless of cost or outcome. And that legacy proved more enduring than any monument ever built. Epilogue. Faith that asks for nothing. There is a type of faith that only emerges in crisis, not the faith that is expressed through religious rituals or theological discussions, but the faith that shows itself when everything is uncertain and the cost of obedience is real. The faith that acts without guarantees, the faith that serves without applause, the faith that remains loyal when loyalty is difficult and dangerous. Barzillai's story reveals this kind of faith. He was not a priest or prophet. He held no religious office. He had no special training in theology or scripture. He was simply a man who understood that God's promises were real, that God's anointed remained anointed regardless of circumstances, and that faithfulness meant helping when help was needed, not when it was convenient or likely to be rewarded. The world tends to remember the dramatic moments, the battles won, the kingdoms conquered, the speeches delivered. History books celebrate the visible achievements, the public triumphs, the accomplishments that can be measured and chronicled. But God's kingdom advances through different metrics. It advances through the faithful provision of an elderly man in Gilead, through the quiet obedience of people whose names barely appear in the historical record, through the countless acts of service that happen far from crowds and cameras, performed by people who understand that God sees what others overlook. Barzillai could have stayed neutral. He could have waited to see who would win before committing his resources. He could have helped David and then demanded recognition, leveraged his support into political position, used his moment of importance to advance his family status. Instead, he provided what was needed and then went home. He accepted the king's gratitude but declined the king's reward. He ensured his household would be blessed but removed himself from the blessing. This is the kind of faith that changes kingdoms, not because it is loud or dramatic or visible, but precisely because it is none of those things, because it is pure, because it acts from conviction rather than calculation, because it serves God rather than serving itself. In a world obsessed with recognition and platform and influence, Barzillai's example is profoundly countercultural. It suggests that the most meaningful service often happens in obscurity, that the most important acts of faithfulness may never trend on social media, or make headlines or result in book deals and speaking tours, that God is not impressed by platform but by obedience, not by visibility but by faithfulness, not by recognition but by righteousness. Barzillai lived 80 years, most of them, in complete obscurity. He managed his estate, raised his family, conducted his business, and left virtually no mark on the public record until the moment when David needed help, and Barzillai provided it. That moment defined his legacy, not because it was his only act of faithfulness, but because it was characteristic of how he had always lived. His response to David's crisis was not an aberration or a one-time heroic act. It was simply who he had always been, revealed in a moment when faithfulness was costly and public neutrality would have been safe. The faith Barzillai demonstrated is still needed. In every generation, in every place, there are moments when God's purposes require people who will act without certainty of outcome, who will provide without expectation of reward, who will serve without demanding recognition. These people rarely become famous. Their names do not echo through history. They return to their ordinary lives after extraordinary acts of obedience, content to be known only to God. But they are the ones who actually sustain God's work in the world. They are the foundation on which kingdoms are preserved and purposes are accomplished. They are the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience makes everything else possible. Barzillai's story is preserved in Scripture not as an exception but as an example, as evidence of what faith looks like when stripped of pretense and performance, as a reminder that God sees and values and ultimately honours the service that the world overlooks. He was an old man from an unremarkable town who helped a king in exile. He provided beds and food and shelter when they were desperately needed. He did it without fanfare or negotiation, and when offered reward he walked away, returning to the quiet life from which he had briefly emerged. And in doing so he revealed something profound about the nature of faith itself, that it does not require a stage, that it does not demand recognition, that it serves because service is what love looks like in action, what loyalty means in practice, what faithfulness requires in the moment when all the theology and doctrine and religious discussion must become something real. Barzillai was faithful, not because anyone was watching, not because history would remember, but because God's anointed needed help, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. That was enough. It was always enough, and it always will be. The story ends where it began, in the quiet regions east of the Jordan, in a place called Rogelim that most people had never heard of and would quickly forget, with an elderly man who had helped change the course of a kingdom, and then gone home to live out his remaining days in the obscurity from which he'd briefly emerged. But the impact of what he did rippled forward through generations, through Chimham and his descendants, through David's memory and Solomon's honouring of that memory, through the preserved record in Scripture that ensured his example would speak to countless people across thousands of years, all because he understood something that many miss, that faithfulness does not need to be seen to be real, that obedience does not require an audience to be valid, that service to God is its own justification, regardless of whether anyone else ever knows about it. Barzillai demonstrated this truth in the most practical way possible. He helped when help was needed. He gave without expecting return. He served without seeking recognition. And then he went home, content with the simple knowledge that he had done what faith required. That contentment, that peace with obscurity, that willingness to be faithful without requiring validation may be the most remarkable aspect of his entire story, because it reveals a depth of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It shows a security of identity that does not depend on external recognition. It demonstrates a relationship with God that is genuine rather than transactional. And it stands as a permanent reminder that the kingdom of God advances not primarily through those who seek greatness, but through those who simply seek to be faithful. Not through those who demand recognition, but through those who serve whether anyone is watching or not. Not through those who calculate rewards, but through those who understand that knowing you have been obedient to what God required is reward enough. Barzillai understood this. He lived it, and in living it, he became an enduring example of what real faith looks like. Faith that asks for nothing. Faith that expects nothing. Faith that simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right, because God requires it, because his anointed needs help and there are resources available to provide that help. That kind of faith changes the world, one quiet act at a time, one unpublicized provision at a time, one obscure person at a time, until the cumulative weight of all that faithfulness accomplishes what no army could, conquer and no king could decree, the preservation of God's purposes through the obedience of people whose names the world will never know, but whose actions God will never forget. Barzillai was one of those people, and his story remains, thousands of years later, as testimony to the power of faithfulness that asks for nothing except the opportunity to serve. Hello, beloved friends. Before we begin tonight's journey into peaceful rest, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining from and what time it is in your corner of creation. The gentle voice of the shepherd reaches across all borders and time zones. If these stories bring you comfort and peace, please remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep journeys. Now, let us quiet our minds and open our hearts as we listen for the voice of the Good Shepherd. In the quiet of this moment, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Perhaps you're already settled in bed, your head resting on your pillow, or maybe you're preparing for rest after a long day. Wherever you are, however you've arrived at this moment, know that you are welcomed here with tenderness and care. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to the support beneath you. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your hands can rest without grasping, how your face can release any tension it's been holding. There's nothing you need to do right now except breathe and listen. Let's breathe together for a moment. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Hold it gently for just a moment, and then exhale through your mouth, releasing anything that doesn't serve your peace. Inhale comfort. Exhale worry. Inhale divine peace. Exhale human striving. Inhale rest. Exhale burden. With each breath, you're creating space within yourself. Space for stillness, space for quiet, space for the gentle voice that calls you by name. I invite you now to begin visualizing a journey. As you continue breathing slowly and deeply, imagine yourself walking along a narrow country path. It's late afternoon, and the golden light of the setting sun bathes everything in a warm glow. The air is perfect, not too warm, not too cool, and carries the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. The path winds gently through rolling hills. With each step you feel more of your daily concerns falling away. The emails waiting for responses, the conversations that left you wondering, the tasks still uncompleted, all of these can wait outside this peaceful moment. As you walk, you notice the sound of birdsong in the distance, not the busy chattering songs of morning birds, but the gentle settled sounds of evening. soft calls that seem to whisper, "All is well, rest is coming." The path begins to crest a small hill, and as you reach the top you see before you a wide meadow. The grass sways gently in a soft breeze, creating waves of movement like a green sea. Scattered throughout are wildflowers in gentle hues, pale yellows, soft whites, and tender purples. At the far edge of this meadow, you can just make out the stone walls of an ancient sheepfold, a place of gathering, a place of safety, a place of rest. This is where our journey is taking us tonight, to the sheepfold of the Good Shepherd. As you descend the hill toward the meadow, you feel a sense of being both completely free and completely held. The vast open sky above reminds you of boundless possibility, while the path beneath your feet assures you that you're being guided. With each step, your breathing continues to deepen. Your inhales become fuller, your exhales become longer. Your mind begins to quiet like waters settling after a storm. The path now leads you into the meadow itself. The grass reaches up past your ankles, brushing against you with feather-like touches. You can feel the earth beneath your feet, solid, supportive, ancient. As you walk, you begin to notice the sounds of sheep in the distance, not loud or disturbing, but the gentle bleating that speaks of contentment and security. They're calling to one another as they make their way toward the sheepfold for the night. And then you hear something else, a voice. Low and warm, it carries across the meadow with remarkable clarity. It's not calling to you, not yet, but to the sheep. And you notice how they respond, turning their heads, adjusting their path, moving with purpose toward the voice. This is the voice of the shepherd, calling his sheep to evening rest. Each one knows this voice intimately. Each one trusts this voice implicitly. Each one follows this voice instinctively. As you continue your walk through the meadow, drawn toward the sheepfold just as the sheep are drawn, you begin to feel a sense of recognition stirring within you. Something about this voice awakens a deep memory, not from yesterday or last year, but from the very foundation of your being. It's as if your soul remembers this voice from before time began. The path begins to widen as you near the sheepfold. The stone walls become clearer now, smooth, weathered stones carefully placed one upon another by hands that understood the importance of creating sanctuary. These walls have stood through countless seasons, through rain and wind and snow and sun, remaining steadfast in their purpose, to protect, to shelter, to create a space of safety. As you draw nearer, you see the entrance to the sheepfold, a simple opening in the wall. There is no gate of wood or metal, for in this place, in this story, the shepherd himself serves as the gate. Nothing enters that is not first approved by him. Nothing threatens that is not first faced by him. The voice continues to call, naming each sheep individually, knowing each one's unique needs, tendencies, and nature. And as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the meadow, you find yourself at the entrance to the sheepfold, ready to cross the threshold into deeper rest. As you stand at the entrance to the sheepfold, you pause to take in its simple beauty. The circular stone walls rise about 4 feet high, tall enough to keep the sheep secure, yet low enough that the shepherd can see over them to watch for any approach of danger. The stones themselves seem to hold stories, their surfaces marked by time and weather, yet their arrangement remains sturdy and true. The ground inside the sheepfold has been softened by the passage of countless sheep over many years. What might once have been rocky earth has become a cushioned, almost velvety surface, perfect for rest. In some areas, particularly along the inside edge of the wall, tufts of soft grass have grown, creating natural pillows for weary heads. You notice that while the day remains warm, There is a coolness gathered in the shadows of the walls, a reminder that night approaches and with it the deeper rest that darkness brings. The air here carries a different quality. Sheltered from the breeze that moves across the open meadow, it feels somehow more concentrated, more present. As you step inside, crossing the threshold where the shepherd stands watch, you feel a subtle shift in your awareness. The sounds of the wider world seem to soften. The concerns that normally occupy your thoughts recede further. Here, within these ancient walls, existence becomes simpler. There is no need to navigate complex decisions or manage difficult relationships. There's only the present moment, the approaching night, and the protective presence of the shepherd. You find a place to sit against the wall where the last rays of sunlight still warm the stones. From here, you can watch as the sheep continue to arrive, each responding to its name when called, each receiving a gentle touch from the shepherd as it passes by him into the fold. This is how it has been done for thousands of years in the hill country. This ancient rhythm of call and response, of leaving the wide pastures for the secure fold, of trusting the one who leads and protects. Nothing about this scene would look unfamiliar to someone from centuries past. The relationship between shepherd and sheep transcends time, speaking to something essential about care and trust. In ancient times, you remember hearing, shepherds would often combine their flocks during the day, allowing the sheep to graze together in larger numbers. But when evening came, each shepherd would call only to his own sheep, using distinctive sounds or words that only his flock recognized. Remarkably, the sheep would separate themselves, following only the voice they knew, never confused by the calls of other shepherds. As you observe this evening gathering, you notice the care with which the shepherd examines each sheep as it enters. His hands move gently over wool and skin, checking for injuries or thorns that might have been gathered during the day's wandering. For one sheep, he removes a small burr caught in the thick wool. For another, he applies a soothing balm to a minor scrape. No need goes unnoticed, no discomfort goes untended. The sheep themselves seem to welcome this attention. Though some are clearly tired from the day's grazing, they pause willingly for the shepherd's examination. There is trust in their stillness, contentment in their patience. They know these hands, they know this voice, they know they are cared for individually, specifically, attentively. As the fold fills with more sheep, you notice the distinctive sounds they make. Not the loud bleating of alarm, but the soft, low sounds of recognition and settlement. They are talking to each other and to the shepherd in their own language of belonging. The air begins to cool more noticeably as the sun touches the horizon. Long shadows stretch across the sheepfold, and the stone walls now provide not just security, but shelter from the light evening breeze. The shepherd moves among the gathered sheep, his presence clearly bringing them comfort. Some draw closer to him as he passes, seeking the reassurance of proximity. You watch as he kneels beside one sheep that seems particularly restless. He speaks softly to it, words you cannot quite hear from where you sit, but you can see the effect. The sheep's breathing slows, its movements still. Its eyes close in what can only be described as surrender to care. This, you realize, is what true safety looks like. Not the absence of all threat, but the presence of one who is trustworthy enough to allow complete vulnerability. The sheep do not need to remain vigilant because the shepherd stays watchful. They do not need to worry about provision because the shepherd knows where the sweet water flows and the tender grass grows. They do not need to fear the darkness because the shepherd's sight penetrates what they cannot see. As twilight deepens into early evening, a profound quiet descends upon the sheepfold. The activities of the day, the walking, the grazing, the occasional startled running, have given way to stillness. Energy spent has prepared the way for deep restoration. The shepherd now sits at the entrance to the fold, his back against one of the stone walls, his staff across his lap. From this position, he can see both outward across the meadow and inward to the gathered flock. Nothing approaches without his knowledge. Nothing disturbs without his permission. In this ancient pattern, in this timeless scene, you feel your own breathing continuing to slow, your own thoughts continuing to quiet. The simple rightness of this place seeps into your awareness. The stone walls that have sheltered generations, the soft earth that welcomes rest, the attentive presence that makes vulnerability safe. As night begins to embrace the world outside the fold, you feel yourself drawn deeper into the peace of this sanctuary. The voice of the shepherd, which first called across the meadow, now speaks in the silence of complete trust. And though no words are spoken aloud, you understand with perfect clarity. You are known. You are seen. You are safe. As the night deepens around the sheepfold, the stars begin to appear overhead. First one, then another, then suddenly a multitude, transforming the darkness into a vast canvas of light. The shepherd remains at his post, a silhouette of watchful presence against the night sky. In this moment of perfect stillness, words from ancient scripture rise in your mind, words that have brought comfort to countless souls through the centuries. The 10th chapter of John's Gospel, where Jesus describes himself as the Good Shepherd, speaks with particular resonance in this place of safety and rest. Listen now, as the words flow gently into your consciousness. Very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come in and go out and find pasture. Pause and consider this image of the gate. In ancient sheepfolds like this one, the shepherd would often position himself in the opening of the wall, literally becoming the gate. Nothing could enter without passing by him first. No predator could threaten, no thief could steal, no sheep could wander away without encountering the shepherd's watchful presence. Imagine now what it means to have such protection. Not a cold barrier of wood or metal, but a living, attentive guardian who knows each one by name. This is not distant security, but intimate care. This is not impersonal safety, but relationship-based protection. The words continue to unfold. I am the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd, and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Reflect on the difference between hired protection and devoted care. The difference is not in skill or strength, but in relationship and commitment. The Good Shepherd's connection to the sheep is not a transaction but a bond. His protection flows not from duty but from love. As you gaze across the sheepfold, you can see this truth embodied in the shepherd's posture, alert but relaxed, vigilant but peaceful. His attention never wavers, yet it carries no tension. This is the watching that comes from love rather than obligation. The sacred text continues, I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. Imagine being known, fully known, and still loved without hesitation. Not the surface knowing of casual acquaintance, but the deep knowing that sees every fear, every hope, every quiet corner of your heart. The shepherd knows when you are afraid, when you are lonely, when you are in pain. He knows when you have wandered, when you have stumbled, when you have fallen, and still he calls your name with tenderness. This knowing is not one-directional. The sheep also know their shepherd. They recognize his voice among all others. They trust his guidance without question. They follow his leading with confidence because experience has taught them that he brings them to good places, to fresh water, to green pastures, to safe rest. As these words settle into your spirit, another passage emerges. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. There is a certainty in these words, a promise of security that transcends physical safety. The shepherd's care extends beyond the immediate dangers of wolves and thieves to the deeper threats of meaninglessness and separation. His protection covers not just the body but the soul. His provision satisfies not just physical hunger, but spiritual longing. As you reflect on these words, you notice the sheep in the fold have arranged themselves in a pattern that seems both random and intentional. Some cluster together for warmth, others maintain a small space of separation. Some lie with their heads toward the centre, others face the walls. Each has found the position that brings them comfort, yet all remain within the protective circle of the shepherd's care. Is this not a beautiful picture of community within security? Unity without uniformity? Each sheep is different, in size, in age, in temperament, yet all are equally valued, equally protected, equally known by name. The night has fully embraced the world now. The meadow beyond the sheepfold lies invisible in darkness, but here within the circle of stone walls there is no fear of what cannot be seen. The shepherd's presence transforms the night from a time of vulnerability to a season of rest. One more passage rises in your awareness. I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. These words speak of expansion, of inclusion, of a circle of care that continues to widen. The shepherd's heart is not limited to those already gathered, but extends to those still wandering, still searching, still unsure of where they belong. As you let these ancient words settle deeply into your consciousness, you notice that the rhythm of your breathing is synchronized with the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping sheep around you. There is a harmony here, a natural community formed not by effortful connection, but by shared trust in the one who watches over all. The shepherd's eyes meet yours across the sheepfold, and in that glance you understand you too are invited into this circle of care. You too are known by name. You too are welcome to rest under the watchflies of the one who never slumbers. As the night grows deeper, something remarkable happens. The scene around you begins to shift, not in a jarring way, but with the gentle transformation of a dream unfolding. The walls of the sheepfold seem to dissolve, and you find yourself no longer sitting against the stones, but standing in an open field just as dawn begins to break on the horizon. The sheep are rising from their rest, stretching and shaking the night stillness from their bodies. The shepherd moves among them, speaking softly to each one, calling names that sound like music in the morning air. He turns to you now, his eyes finding yours with a gaze that feels at once ancient and immediate. With a small gesture of his hand, he invites you to join him as he prepares to lead the flock to fresh pastures. You rise and move toward him, feeling neither rushed nor hesitant. There is a rightness to this moment, as if it has been waiting for you through all the days of your life. "Come," he says, his voice both gentler and more compelling than you imagined. "Walk with me a while." As the sheep begin to follow the shepherd out into the wider fields, you find yourself walking alongside him. Not ahead, not behind, but beside, close enough to hear his breathing, to notice the deliberate placement of his feet on the earth, to feel the subtle movements of the air as he lifts his staff to guide the way. The morning unfolds around you in a symphony of sensory experiences. The earth beneath your feet feels solid yet yielding, supporting each step without resistance. The cool morning air carries the mingled scents of grass, wild flowers, and the earthy wool of the sheep. Light increases gradually as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the landscape in stages, first outlining the hills in gold, then filling the valleys with amber light, finally bathing everything in the clear radiance of full morning. You notice that the shepherd does not hurry. His pace is steady but unhurried, considerate of the youngest lambs and the oldest ewes. There is no sense of urgency, no anxiety about reaching a destination by a certain time. The journey itself holds as much importance as the arrival. The sheep need movement, the shepherd explains, seeming to read your thoughts, but they also need to feel secure in that movement. Too fast and they become anxious. Too slow and they begin to wander. The right pace creates both progress and peace. As you walk, you begin to notice how the sheep respond to the shepherd's voice. When he calls to one that has strayed too near a thorny thicket, it immediately adjusts its path. When he makes a particular clicking sound, the entire flock knows to pause and wait. When he sings a low melodic note, they gather more tightly together. They know my voice, he says simply, not just its sound, but its meaning. The path begins to ascend a gentle hill. As you climb, you notice how the shepherd positions himself, sometimes ahead to lead the way, sometimes behind to encourage those who lag, sometimes at the side to prevent wandering toward unseen dangers. The greatest deception, he comments, is the belief that freedom means absence of guidance. True freedom comes from trusting the one who sees what you cannot see. From the top of the hill, you can see the landscape spread out in all directions. To the east, where you've come from, the sheepfold stands solid and familiar. To the west, your direction of travel, a wide valley opens up, green with the new grass and dotted with the blue of morning flowers. To the north and south, other hills rise, creating a natural corridor for your journey. The shepherd pauses here, allowing the sheep to rest for a moment and take in the wider view. He stands slightly apart, his eyes scanning the horizon with attentive care. You understand that he is looking for signs of danger, assessing weather patterns, planning the safest route forward. Every step we take has been imagined before we take it, he says, again responding to your unspoken thoughts. I walk these paths in my mind before I walk them with my feet. That is how I can lead with confidence even into new territories. As the journey resumes, you begin to notice the distinct personalities of the sheep around you. Some walk with the confidence of experience, staying close to the shepherd out of choice rather than fear. Others move with the uncertainty of youth, sometimes darting ahead, sometimes falling behind, requiring more of the shepherd's attention. One sheep in particular catches your notice and slightly smaller than the others, with a slight limp that suggests an old injury. This one stays especially close to the shepherd, often walking directly beside him on the opposite side from where you walk. This one knows her need, the shepherd says, his voice warm with affection. She learned through difficulty what some never learn through ease, that proximity to me is better than independence from me. The sun is higher now, warming the air and bringing out the sweet scent of the crushed grass beneath your feet. The path descends into the valley, where a small stream cuts through the field, creating a natural stopping place. The sheep move eagerly toward the water, their thirst evident in their quickened pace. The shepherd guides them to the calmest part of the stream, where the water flows gently and the banks slope gradually. Here the sheep can drink without danger, refreshing themselves in the clear water. You kneel beside the stream yourself, cupping your hands to bring the cool water to your lips. It tastes sweeter than any water you've known before, clean and life-giving. Rest here a while, the shepherd says, settling himself on a smooth rock nearby. The journey continues, but never without restoration along the way. As you sit by the stream, watching the sheep drink and then begin to graze on the lush grass that grows along the banks, you feel a profound sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. There is no striving in this moment, no anxiety about what comes next, no regret about what came before. There is only the present reality of being on the path with the shepherd, moving at his pace, resting at his direction, continuing under his care. The soft sound of the stream, the gentle movements of the grazing sheep, the watchful presence of the shepherd, all combine to create a sense of security so deep that you feel your entire being relaxing into it. This is what it means to be truly led, truly guided, truly known. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the valley in golden light, you close your eyes for a moment, allowing the warmth to wash over you. In this perfect stillness, you hear the shepherd's voice once more, not speaking to the sheep now, but to you. The path continues beyond what you can see, but do not be anxious about what lies ahead. I have walked it already. I know every turn, every hill, every valley, and I will never lead you anywhere that I have not prepared for you. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting longer shadows across the valley, you open your eyes to find the shepherd standing before you, his hand extended in invitation. "Come," he says simply. "There is something I want to show you before the day ends." You rise and follow him, noticing that the sheep have settled into a gentle rhythm of grazing. They seem content to remain in this lush valley for now, secure in the knowledge that the shepherd remains near. He leads you to a small rise overlooking the stream, where a single tree offers dappled shade. Its branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that filters the sunlight into patterns of gold and shadow on the ground below. "Sit with me here," he says, settling himself against the trunk of the tree. As you join him in the shade, you realize you can see the entire flock from this vantage point. Every sheep is visible, from the confident leaders to the hesitant followers, from the strong to the vulnerable. The shepherd's gaze moves over them with attentive care, missing nothing. "Do you see how they graze without fear?" he asks. "They do not worry about predators or storms or scarcity. They have learned through experience that I provide what they need. I protect them from what would harm them. I guide them to places of abundance." You watch as the sheep move slowly through the grass, tapping to eat, occasionally looking up to confirm the shepherd's presence, then returning to their grazing with peaceful assurance. "This is the gift I offer," the shepherd continues, "not the absence of all danger, but the presence of constant care, not the elimination of all difficulty, but the assurance of never facing it alone. Particularly small lamb catches your attention. It must be one of the newest born to the flock. It stays close to its mother, occasionally frolicking in short bursts of energy before returning to her side. Its wool is especially white, almost luminous in the afternoon light. The youngest ones, the shepherd observes, following your gaze, sometimes need to be carried. When the path grows steep or the day grows long, I lift them into my arms and bear their weight. They learn trust through being held. You consider this, the image of the strong shepherd carrying the vulnerable lamb, not with impatience at its weakness, but with tenderness for its need. "Do you know," he asks, turning to look directly at you, "that I would leave the 99 to find the one? If a single sheep wanders away, becomes lost, falls into danger, I go after it, not because it is more valuable than the others, but because each one is irreplaceable to me. Each one is known by name. Each one matters uniquely." The depth of commitment in his voice moves you deeply. This is not the impersonal care of a distant guardian, but the passionate attention of one who loves specifically, individually, completely. The Good Shepherd, he continues, lays down his life for the sheep, not because the sheep have earned such sacrifice, but because the shepherd's love makes them worth any cost. As he speaks these words, the light shifts, taking on the golden quality of late afternoon. The air grows still, as if the world itself is listening to this truth. "Many voices will call to you," the shepherd says softly. "Some offering easier paths, some promising quicker rewards, some threatening what will happen if you don't follow them. But remember, my sheep know my voice. They recognize it among all others because they have spent time listening, because they have experienced its reliability, because they have found that following it always leads to life." He reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder, the weight of it both grounding and reassuring. "You're not alone in the fields of this world," he says. "Even when you cannot see me, I am watching. Even when you cannot hear me clearly, I am speaking. Even when you wander, I am seeking. This is the promise I make to each one who belongs to me. You'll never be forgotten, never be abandoned, never be left without guidance." The sun is beginning its descent toward the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Soon it will be time to lead the sheep back to the safety of the fold for the night. "Trust and rest," the shepherd says, his voice a gentle command. "These are the twins of peace. Trust that I know the way forward. Rest in the knowledge that you are watched over. Together they create a quiet heart even in the midst of a noisy world." As these words settle into your spirit, you notice that your breathing has slowed to match the shepherd's. Deep, unhurried breaths that seem to draw peace directly from the air around you. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, as if every muscle has decided at once to release its tension. "The voice of love is always near," the shepherd murmurs, his words becoming almost musical in their rhythm. "Calling you by name, inviting you to follow, promising presence through every valley and on every mountain top." The sheep are beginning to gather more closely now, sensing the approaching evening. Their movements become slower, their grazing more intermittent. They are preparing for the journey back to the fold. Step by step, you are led to peace, the shepherd continues, his voice growing softer, not in great leaps or sudden flights, but in the patient unfolding of a path walked in trust. Each day has its portion of guidance, each moment carries its own light. He rises now, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the entire flock at once. The setting sun behind him creates a halo effect, illuminating his outline with golden light. "It is time to return to the fold," he says, extending his hand to help you rise. "The day's journey concludes, but the care never ends. Through the night I watch, through the darkness I guard. When morning comes again, we continue the path together." As you stand, you feel a profound sense of renewal, as if the simple act of walking with the shepherd, listening to his voice, observing his care for the sheep has restored something essential within you. The worries that had weighed on your mind seem distant now, replaced by a calm certainty that you are known, you are valued, you are guided. The shepherd lifts his voice in a distinctive call that immediately draws the attention of every sheep. They respond with remarkable unity, moving toward him from all directions, gathering into a more cohesive group for the journey home. "This is how it has always been," he explains as you begin to walk beside him, the flock following behind. The sheep scattered in feeding, gathered in travelling, diverse in their individual needs, united in their common trust, each one unique, yet part of a greater whole. The path back to the sheepfold seems somehow shorter than the journey out, as if the familiarity of returning home compresses distance itself. The evening light casts long shadows ahead of you, leading the way toward rest. "You're safe," the shepherd says, his voice now barely above a whisper. "You're loved. You're guided." These words repeat like a gentle refrain as you walk, matching the rhythm of your steps, synchronizing with your heartbeat. They are not just sounds but promises, not just comfort but truth. They sink deeply into your consciousness, creating a foundation of peace that feels both new and somehow always known. As the sheepfold comes into view, its stone walls glowing with the last light of day, you feel a sense of completion. Not the end of a glory, but the closing of a circle that will open again with the dawn. The shepherd leads the flock through the entrance, counting each one, greeting each by name, ensuring that all who went out have returned safely. When the last sheep has entered the fold, the shepherd takes his place at the gateway, his staff across his knees, his gaze moving between the gathered flock and the darkening landscape beyond. He is the living gate, the constant guardian, the embodiment of care that does not slumber or sleep. Rest now, he says to you, his eyes holding yours with gentle intensity. The shepherd knows your name. The shepherd calls you to rest. The voice of love is always near. As night embraces the world once more, as stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, you feel yourself surrounded by perfect peace, held in the care of the one who calls you by name, who leads you beside still waters, who restores your soul. In this sanctuary of trust, sleep comes not as escape but as gift, not as absence but as presence in the watchful love of the Good Shepherd. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey with the Good Shepherd. If these words have brought you comfort tonight, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep stories. And I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. May you rest deeply in the knowledge that you are watched over with perfect care through this night and always. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask a small favour. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know, and allows us to keep creating these stories for you. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes an incredible difference as well. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Finally, if you enjoy this content, please consider subscribing. It means the world to us. Now, let's begin. There are moments in life when the hardest test of faith is not suffering itself, but the silence that follows a desperate prayer. Picture a woman running through dusty streets, her hair dishevelled, her voice cracking as she calls out a name that means nothing to her neighbours, but everything to her breaking heart. She has heard rumours of a healer, a teacher, a man who speaks with authority that makes even demons flee. And now, for reasons she cannot fully explain, she believes this stranger holds the only hope for her tormented daughter. But when she finally reaches him, when she falls at his feet and begs for mercy, he says nothing, not a word, not even a glance. This is not a story about instant miracles or easy answers. This is a story about faith that endures when heaven seems closed, about a love so fierce it refuses to accept rejection, about a moment when cultural boundaries, religious expectations and human pride all collided with divine purpose, and what emerged changed everything. This is the story of the Canaanite woman, and it begins in a place where miracles were not supposed to happen. Chapter 1. A land outside the promise. The road from Galilee to Tyre winds through changing landscapes, each mile marking a transition not just in geography but in culture, in language, in the very air people breathe. Jesus and his disciples walked this road under a sky that seemed wider somehow, less familiar, as if even the heavens recognized they were moving into foreign territory. Tyre and Sidon. The names alone carried weight among the Jewish people. These were Phoenician cities, ancient centres of trade and pagan worship, places where the God of Israel was just one deity among many, and often not the most popular. The people here were Canaanites, descendants of the very nations Israel had been commanded to displace centuries before. They worshipped Baal and Astarte. They built temples that would have made any faithful Jew shudder. They lived outside the covenant, outside the promise, outside everything that defined what it meant to be God's chosen people. Yet here was Jesus, the son of David, the promised Messiah of Israel, walking deliberately into this Gentile region. The disciples must have exchanged glances as they crossed the invisible boundary. There were no walls marking where Israel ended and Phoenicia began, but everyone knew. The clothing styles shifted, the accents changed, the smell of unfamiliar incense drifted from household shrines. Small details that added up to a clear message: you are not home anymore. The villages they passed through were quiet, watchful. Word travelled fast in these regions. A Jewish rabbi with a growing reputation would not go unnoticed, even here. perhaps especially here. Stories had a way of crossing borders faster than people did. Whispers of healings in Capernaum, rumours of a man who spoke to storms and they obeyed. Tales that sounded too extraordinary to believe, yet too specific to dismiss entirely. Jesus seemed to be seeking something in this journey. Not avoiding crowds exactly, but not seeking them either. There was a quietness to his movements here, a sense of retreat or perhaps preparation. The text suggests he entered a house and did not want anyone to know, but that kind of secret was impossible to keep, because someone had been waiting for him, someone who had heard the stories, someone who had nothing left to lose. The land outside the promise was about to witness a moment of grace that would echo through centuries, a conversation that would challenge everything the disciples thought they understood about who deserved God's attention and who did not. The sun was lowering toward the Mediterranean horizon, painting the sky in shades of copper and gold when she found him. Chapter 2. A Mother's Desperation. She came from somewhere in that region, the text tells us, somewhere in the territory of Tyre and Sidon, from one of those villages where generations had lived and died without ever seeing a Hebrew prophet, without ever hearing the psalms sung in the temple courts, without ever knowing what it meant to be part of the covenant people. But she knew suffering. Every mother in every land knows that particular horror, when your child is in agony and you are powerless to stop it, when every remedy has failed and every healer has shaken their head and walked away. When nights stretch into eternities filled with sounds no parent should ever have to hear. The text says her daughter was demon-possessed, suffering terribly. We can only imagine what that looked like in practical terms. The screaming, perhaps. The violence against herself. The moments when the child she loved seemed to look at her without recognition, when something else seemed to be staring out through her daughter's eyes. The way neighbours had stopped visiting. The way people crossed the street to avoid them. The isolation that comes when your family's pain makes others uncomfortable. She had tried everything. In a region filled with temples and shrines, she would have exhausted every option. Offerings to local gods, consultations with priests, folk remedies passed down through generations. Perhaps she had spent every coin she had. Perhaps she had gone into debt. The details do not matter because the result was always the same. Her daughter continued to suffer and she continued to watch, helpless and heartbroken. Then she heard about Jesus. The information must have come in fragments, third-hand reports from travellers. A Jewish teacher who could heal, who had authority over evil spirits, who spoke words and demons obeyed. The stories would have seemed too good to be true, but what did she have to lose by believing them? She must have asked questions. Where is he staying? When might I find him? Can someone like me approach him? And then, the harder question, would a Jewish rabbi even acknowledge a Canaanite woman? Cultural boundaries in that time and place were not subtle suggestions. They were absolute walls. A Jewish man speaking to any woman in public was questionable. A Jewish teacher speaking to a Gentile woman was scandalous. The layers of separation between them were profound. Gender, ethnicity, religion, ritual purity. Every social norm said this conversation should never happen, but she came anyway. The text says she came crying out to him, her voice carrying across whatever distance separated them. There was no quiet, dignified approach, no polite waiting for an appropriate moment. She called out, loud enough for everyone to hear, announcing her need to the world. Lord, Son of David, have mercy on me. Consider those words. Son of David was a distinctly Jewish title, laden with messianic expectations. It identified Jesus as the heir to David's throne, the promised king of Israel. For a Canaanite woman to use this title meant she had done more than just hear rumours. She had listened carefully. She had pieced together who this man claimed to be, what his people believed about him. She was acknowledging Jesus in terms that were foreign to her own culture but central to his. She was meeting him on his ground, speaking his language, recognizing his identity, even though it meant nothing to her neighbours and everything to him. My daughter is demon-possessed and suffering terribly. No embellishment, no elaborate explanation. Just the raw truth of a mother's anguish, spoken aloud in front of strangers who had no reason to care. She was begging, publicly, desperately. With all the dignity of her culture stripped away by the simple fact that nothing else had worked and nothing else mattered except saving her child. And Jesus heard her. The disciples heard her. Everyone present heard her. And then came the silence. Chapter 3. The silence. He did not answer her a word, not one word. The Greek text is emphatic about this. It does not say he delayed, or hesitated, or considered her request. It says he did not answer her. Period. Full stop. Complete silence in response to desperate pleading. Try to imagine standing in that moment. You have just poured out your heart in public, acknowledged someone as Lord, begged for mercy for your suffering child, and the person you are addressing acts as if you have not spoken at all. The silence must have felt like a physical thing pressing down on her shoulders, filling her mouth with ash. Every second that passed without response was another small death of hope. Every moment Jesus continued walking, talking to his disciples, moving as if she was not there, must have felt like confirmation of what she had always feared, that she did not matter, that her child did not matter, that her pain was irrelevant to the God of Israel. But she did not stop. This is crucial. The text does not tell us exactly what happened during the silence, but it does tell us the disciples eventually came to Jesus with a request, which means time was passing. She was following them, still calling out, still pleading, refusing to accept silence as a final answer. Her persistence must have been remarkable and probably uncomfortable for everyone involved. Picture the scene. A Jewish rabbi trying to move through this Gentile region with some measure of quiet dignity, and a local woman trailing behind the group, crying out repeatedly, drawing attention, making a spectacle. The disciples grew increasingly uncomfortable. Their request to Jesus reveals their state of mind. Send her away, for she keeps crying out after us. That phrase, send her away, is telling. They did not say, help her so she will leave us alone. They did not say, answer her request so we can move on. They said, send her away, dismiss her, get rid of her, make her someone else's problem. To the disciples, she was a disturbance, an embarrassment. A Gentile woman who did not understand boundaries. She was making their teacher look bad, or perhaps making them look bad by association. Her pain was loud, and their discomfort was louder. But notice what the disciples were witnessing without realizing it. Faith that refused to accept silence as rejection. She could have interpreted Jesus' non-response in 100 different ways. She could have decided he had not heard her, or did not care, or was exactly like all the others who had turned away from her suffering. She could have concluded that the stories about him were exaggerated, or that his power did not extend to people like her. Instead, she kept calling out. This was not pestering. This was not manipulation. This was faith clinging to hope, even when hope seemed unreasonable. This was love for her daughter that outweighed personal pride, social embarrassment, cultural prohibition, and divine silence. The silence was testing her, though she could not have known it. Every prophet in Israel's history had experienced moments when heaven seemed closed, when prayers seemed to hit a ceiling and fall back down unanswered. The Psalms are filled with cries of, "How long, O Lord? And why do you hide your face from me?" Silence is one of faith's deepest trials because it offers nothing to hold on to. Hardship at least provides something to endure. Opposition gives you something to fight against. But silence leaves you questioning everything. Did I not pray loud enough? Did I not have enough faith? Am I not worthy of an answer? Does God even hear me at all? She was experiencing what countless believers would experience throughout history. The dark night of unanswered prayer, the test of continuing to believe when belief seems pointless. But she was also demonstrating something the disciples had not yet fully grasped, that faith does not require immediate confirmation to be real. The silence stretched on, and finally, Jesus spoke. Chapter 4. A difficult statement. The words that came were not the ones she was hoping for. I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. If the silence had been painful, These words were devastating. This was not a not yet or a wait. This was a statement of mission boundaries, of limits to his current ministry. He was essentially saying, I have a specific assignment, and you are outside of it. To understand why this moment is so jarring, we need to grasp what Jesus was acknowledging. He was not denying his power to help her. He was not claiming ignorance of her suffering. He was stating a theological reality. His earthly ministry at that moment in history was focused on the people of Israel. This was true. Jesus had said it before in different ways. He had sent his disciples out with instructions to go nowhere among the Gentiles, but only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. The prophets had foretold a Messiah who would come first to his own people, to fulfill the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But knowing something is theologically accurate does not make it feel any less like rejection when you are the one being told you are outside the scope of concern. The woman had every reason to turn away at this point. A clear statement from Jesus himself that she was not part of his mission. That seemed pretty final. She could have concluded she had made a mistake, that her hope had been misplaced, that the boundaries between Jew and Gentile were too thick for even a miracle worker to cross. Instead, she came closer. The text says she knelt before him, worshipping him, and said simply, Lord, help me. Everything about this response is extraordinary. She did not argue with his theological statement. She did not point out the inconsistency of a God who supposedly loved the whole world but limited his Messiah's mission. She did not accuse him of prejudice or cruelty or indifference. She knelt. She acknowledged him as Lord, and she reduced her request to its absolute essence. Help me. Not, but I deserve help too. Not, but my suffering is just as valid as anyone's. Just 3 words that contained everything. Lord, help me. This was humility of the deepest kind. Not the false humility that puts oneself down while secretly expecting to be contradicted. Not the strategic humility that manipulates by appearing weak. But genuine recognition of her position. She had no claim on him. No right to demand anything, no leverage to use. She was simply asking for mercy. And that is when Jesus spoke again, and his words seemed even harsher than before. Chapter 5. The reply that reveals faith. It is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. In modern English, sanitized by centuries of theological discussion, these words still sound harsh. In the original moment, they would have landed like a slap. The word Jesus used for dogs was not the word for the wild scavengers that roamed the streets, but it was still the diminutive form, referring to the small dogs that hung around houses. Even so, dog was a common Jewish term for Gentiles. It was not a compliment. It carried connotations of being unclean, outside the family, not worthy of the same treatment as the children of the house. Jesus was using a metaphor that everyone present would have understood. Israel were the children at the table, and the Gentiles were like the household pets who might get scraps but were not entitled to the children's meal. This moment has troubled interpreters for 2,000 years. How do we reconcile this apparent harshness with everything else we know about Jesus? How do we square this with the message of love and inclusion that would later be preached to all nations? Some suggest Jesus was testing her faith. Some argue he was teaching his disciples a lesson about their own prejudices by exposing them. Some propose he was speaking more gently than the words appear on the page, perhaps with a tone or expression that softened the blow. But whatever his intention, her response reveals why this moment matters so much. Yes, it is, Lord, she said. Even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. Think about what she just did. She accepted the metaphor. She did not reject the label. She did not say, "How dare you call me a dog?" She took the image he offered and worked within it. "Yes," she said, "I accept that position. I accept that I am not a child of the house. I accept that I have no claim on the children's bread. But even dogs get fed. Even the household pets receive something from the master's abundance. I am not asking for a seat at the table. I am not demanding equal status with the children of Israel. I am not claiming rights or deserving special treatment. I am just asking for a crumb." This response demonstrated several things simultaneously. First, it showed theological sophistication. She understood the covenant relationship between God and Israel. She was not challenging it or demanding to displace it. She knew her position and accepted it without resentment. Second, it revealed profound faith. She believed that even a crumb of Jesus' power was enough. She did not need him to make her case his primary mission. She did not need to be counted among Israel. She just needed the smallest exercise of his authority, and she was confident that would be sufficient for her daughter's healing. Third, it displayed remarkable humility. There was no pride being protected here. No insistence on dignity. No offence taken at the metaphor. Just honest recognition of reality combined with persistent hope. Fourth, it showed wisdom. She turned his own metaphor into an argument for helping her. She used the image of children and dogs to point out that in any household both receive care. She was not contradicting him. She was completing his picture. And fifth, it revealed love. Everything about her response was driven by love for her daughter. Her willingness to be called a dog, to kneel, to beg, to persist through silence and seeming rejection. All of it flowed from a mother's love that would endure any humiliation if it meant her child could be free from torment. Jesus looked at this woman, this Gentile, this outsider to the covenant, this person who by every measure of that time and place should not have had access to him, and he recognized something that would reshape how his disciples understood the kingdom of God. Chapter 6. The turning point. Woman, you have great faith. Your request is granted. These words fell into the silence like rain on parched ground. After all the pleading, after the silence, after the apparently harsh responses, finally came affirmation. But notice what Jesus praised. Not her persistence, though that was remarkable. Not her humility, though that was profound. Not her clever wordplay with the metaphor, though that was skillful. He praised her faith. Great faith, he called it. The same phrase he had used for the Roman centurion who asked Jesus to heal his servant from a distance. It is striking that both examples of great faith that Jesus explicitly identified came from Gentiles, from people outside the covenant community. What made her faith great? It was not the size of her request, but the nature of her trust. She believed that Jesus could heal her daughter without seeing the daughter, without going to her house, without any physical contact or elaborate ritual. She believed that his word alone was sufficient. She had faith in his power despite his silence. She had faith in his goodness despite his seemingly harsh words. She had faith in his willingness to help despite his stated mission to Israel. She had faith that transcended cultural boundaries, social expectations, and theological categories. Her faith was great because it trusted in who Jesus was, not in what she deserved or could claim, and her request was granted. Your request is granted. Not, I will come heal your daughter. Not, I will pray for this. Just a simple declaration. It is done. And the text tells us, her daughter was healed from that very hour. No dramatic confrontation with the demon, no laying on of the hands, no prayer circle or anointing with oil. Just a word spoken to a mother in a dusty street somewhere in the region of Tyre and Sidon, and miles away, in a house we never see, in a scene that is not described, a young girl was suddenly free. Can you imagine the moment that woman realised it had worked? Did she race home immediately? Did she stand there for a moment stunned, knowing somehow in her heart that her daughter was well? Did she thank Jesus? Did she weep? Did she laugh? The text does not tell us these details because they are not the point. The point is what had just been demonstrated to everyone watching. The disciples had wanted Jesus to send her away. They saw her as a problem to be solved by dismissal. They were uncomfortable with her persistence, her loudness, her Gentile status, her refusal to accept boundaries. But Jesus had just shown them something that would take them years to fully understand. The kingdom of God operates on different principles than human societies. It is not limited by ethnicity or ritual purity or cultural boundaries. It is opened by faith, and faith can be found in the most unexpected places. This Canaanite woman, this outsider, this person who should not have had access, who had no claim based on heritage or status or religious practice, had demonstrated the kind of faith that Jesus repeatedly said he was looking for. She believed when belief was difficult. She persisted when persistence seemed pointless. She humbled herself when pride would have been easier. She trusted when trust was not rewarded immediately. And her faith was called great by the very Son of God. Chapter 7. What this moment meant. The healing of the Canaanite woman's daughter was more than just one miracle among many. It was a glimpse into the future that the disciples could not yet fully see. They were walking with the Jewish Messiah, the promised son of David, the one who would restore the kingdom to Israel. Everything in their understanding of prophecy and promise centered on their nation, their people, their covenant relationship with God. But here, in this brief encounter on foreign soil, Jesus was showing them that the story was bigger than they imagined. The prophets had hinted at it. Isaiah had spoken of a light to the nations. The Psalms had declared that all peoples would one day praise the Lord. But it is one thing to read prophecies, and another thing entirely to watch your teacher validate the faith of someone who, by all traditional measures, should not have had access to the promises of Israel. This moment was a foreshadowing. In a few years after the resurrection, after Pentecost, the disciples would be commanded to go into all the world and make disciples of all nations. The gospel they preached would cross every boundary they once thought absolute. The church would become a place where, as one of them would later write, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, slave nor free, male nor female, for all are one in Christ. But those developments were still ahead. On this day, in this place, all they knew was that Jesus had called a Gentile woman's faith great, and a miracle had happened for someone outside the family. Some of them must have been troubled by this. Peter, who would later need a vision repeated 3 times, to convince him to enter the house of a Gentile. The others who would initially resist Paul's mission to the non-Jews. Old categories die hard, and the categories that divided Jew from Gentile were ancient and deeply ingrained. But the seed had been planted. They had witnessed faith where they did not expect it. They had seen Jesus respond to someone they would have dismissed. They had learned that God's grace was not as contained as they had assumed. The woman herself probably did not think in these grand theological terms. She went home to her daughter. She lived her life in that Gentile city. She may or may not have ever seen Jesus again. Her story was personal, intimate, focused on a mother's love and a daughter's healing. But her encounter would be recorded and preserved and repeated countless times over the centuries. Her words would be studied by theologians and scholars. Her faith would be held up as an example. Her persistence would encourage people facing their own dark nights of divine silence. Because she had demonstrated something universally true about the nature of faith. It does not depend on having the right background or belonging to the right group or meeting certain qualifications. It depends on trusting in the character and power of God, even when circumstances suggest that trust is misplaced. The kingdom Jesus was inaugurating operated on a different logic than earthly kingdoms. It was not about bloodlines, but belief. Not about ritual purity, but heart purity. Not about claiming rights, but receiving grace. And a Canaanite woman, kneeling in the dust, accepting a metaphor that placed her at the bottom of the social hierarchy, had understood this in a way that would shame many who considered themselves insiders. Epilogue. Faith that waits. There is a particular pain in praying and hearing nothing back. It is different from praying and receiving a clear no, though that has its own difficulty. It is different from praying and seeing circumstances worsen, though that tests faith in its own way. Silence is uniquely challenging because it offers no information. You cannot adjust your request if you do not know what the objection is. You cannot accept an answer if no answer is given. You cannot even properly grieve the loss of what you hoped for because the door has not been clearly closed. Silence just sits there, heavy and impenetrable, and you are left to decide, do I keep praying, or do I conclude that silence means no? The Canaanite woman chose to keep praying. She interpreted silence not as rejection, but as a test. or perhaps as a delay whose purpose she did not need to understand. She believed that no answer yet did not mean no answer ever. This is one of the deepest challenges of faith, continuing to trust when trust seems unrewarded, continuing to believe when belief seems foolish, continuing to ask when asking seems pointless. Every person of faith will face these moments, times when the heavens seem bronze and prayers seem to evaporate before they leave your lips, times when God seems distant, uninvolved, uninterested in your suffering. The story of the Canaanite woman does not promise that persistence always leads to immediate miracles, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable, an example of what faith looks like when it is stripped of everything except trust itself. She had no theological degree to rely on. She had no covenant promises to claim. She had no community of believers to encourage her. She had no scripture to quote or prophecies to invoke. She just had a need, a belief that Jesus could meet that need, and a willingness to keep asking even when everything suggested her asking was futile. And Jesus called that faith great. Not adequate, not sufficient, not acceptable. Great. Perhaps the greatness of faith is measured not by the confidence with which it operates when things are going well, but by the stubbornness with which it clings to hope when everything suggests hope is irrational. Perhaps faith is great when it can kneel before apparent rejection and still say, "Lord, help me." Perhaps faith is great when it can accept a humiliating metaphor and turn it into an argument for grace. Perhaps faith is great when it refuses to let silence have the final word. The woman went home to find her daughter healed. The disciples continued their journey with something new to think about. And somewhere in the eternal purposes of God, this brief encounter was recorded so that centuries later, people facing their own moments of divine silence could know, sometimes God is silent not because your faith is weak, but because he is strengthening it. Sometimes the answer is delayed not because you are unworthy, but because timing matters in ways you cannot see. Sometimes grace is given not to those who deserve it most by earthly standards, but to those who trust most completely despite having every reason not to. The kingdom operates on different logic than human kingdoms, and faith that can endure silence is faith that trusts not in immediate answers, but in the character of the one being asked. The Canaanite woman understood this. She persisted through silence. She humbled herself through apparent rejection. She trusted when trust seemed unreasonable, and her daughter was healed. Not because she was entitled to healing, not because she had a claim to make, not because she was part of the covenant people, but because she had faith, great faith, the kind of faith that does not demand answers on its timeline, the kind of faith that can hear "not yet" without concluding "never." The kind of faith that can accept a position of humility without resentment. The kind of faith that believes a crumb from the master's table is sufficient for any need. That is the faith Jesus recognized and praised. That is the faith that crosses boundaries. That is the faith that opens the kingdom. And perhaps that is the faith being forged in you right now, in whatever silence you're experiencing, in whatever weight you're enduring, in whatever hope seems unreasonable but you cannot quite let go. Faith is not always loud or confident or certain. Sometimes faith is a quiet refusal to stop asking. Sometimes faith is a simple, "Lord, help me," when nothing else makes sense. Sometimes faith is just showing up again, kneeling again, trusting again, even when you have no proof that it will matter. But it does matter. It mattered to a woman in Tyre and Sidon. It mattered to her daughter who was freed from torment. It mattered to disciples who needed to learn that God's grace extends further than they imagined. And it matters now to whoever is listening to this story in their own moment of waiting. Keep asking, keep trusting, keep believing, even in the silence, especially in the silence. Because faith that endures silence is faith that trusts completely. And that kind of faith, Jesus said, is great. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? Wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, from the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Chilion died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mothers' houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who has been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, two women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognized her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman, who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seems simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. But his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight," she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime, he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze. Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, as they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued, "and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. "I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer, yet there is a redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, 2 women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses, for what he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman. It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life, and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who were simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and his glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into his greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for his purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave his magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that he can bring beauty from ashes, that he specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd, who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It is not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see his plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into his greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go, guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen? If you're enjoying this story and finding value in this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in reaching more listeners like you. If you're tuning in on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really connects us all. And if you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. It keeps these stories coming. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when everything hangs in the balance. Not because of armies marching or treaties being signed, but because one person, in one quiet moment, decides to do what is right. We remember the names of kings. We study the words of prophets. We build monuments to warriors and write songs about heroes. But there are others, people whose names we barely know, whose faces history never captured, whose courage was shown not on battlefields, but in small, deliberate acts of mercy. This is the story of one such person, a man with no power, no title, no protection, a foreigner in a land that was not his own, serving in a palace where he had no voice. And yet, when the moment came, when a life hung in the balance and everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is not a story of miracles or divine intervention arriving in thunder and light. This is a story about a choice made in fear, in uncertainty, with no guarantee of safety, a choice that would echo through generations, remembered not because it was grand, but because it was good. History is filled with dramatic turning points, battles that decided the fate of nations, treaties that redrew the maps of continents, speeches that inspired revolutions. These are the moments we teach in schools, the stories we tell our children, the events we commemorate with holidays and statues. But between those grand moments, in the spaces where history books grow quiet, there are other stories. Smaller stories. Stories of individuals who faced impossible choices with no witnesses, no cameras, no guarantee that anyone would remember what they did. These are the stories that reveal who we really are. Anyone can be brave when the world is watching. Anyone can do the right thing when there are rewards waiting, when there is applause, when there is safety in numbers. But what about when no one is watching? What about when doing the right thing costs everything and gains nothing? What about when the choice is between your safety and someone else's life? That is when character is tested. That is when we discover what we truly believe. And that is exactly the kind of moment that defines this story. This is the story of Ebed-Melech, the man who saved a prophet. And it begins in a city on the edge of destruction. Chapter 1. Jerusalem on the Brink. Jerusalem in those days was a city suffocating under its own fear. The walls still stood, massive and ancient, built from limestone blocks that had withstood centuries of wind and rain. The temple still rose above the rooftops, its stones catching the morning light, its courts still filled with priests performing their rituals, its altars still receiving the sacrifices of a people who desperately hoped God was still listening. Markets still opened each morning, merchants still called out their wares, though the prices grew higher with each passing week. Children still played in the narrow streets between houses. From a distance, from the hills surrounding the city, you might think nothing had changed. But inside those walls, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming. No, Babylon was already here. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was camped outside the gates, their armies stretched across the landscape like a dark sea that had no end. Their siege engines stood ready, enormous wooden structures that towered over the walls, mechanisms of destruction built by engineers who had conquered city after city, who knew exactly how to break stone and shatter gates and reduce proud civilizations to rubble. Their soldiers waited with the patience of men who knew the outcome was already decided. They did not need to attack yet. They could simply wait. Wait for the food to run out. Wait for the water to run low. Wait for disease and hunger and despair to do their work. They had time. Jerusalem did not. It was not a question of if Jerusalem would fall. It was a question of when. And everyone inside those walls knew it. You could see it in the faces of the people, the way they moved through the streets with their eyes down, their voices quiet, their steps hurried. The way mothers held their children a little tighter, the way men gathered in doorways speaking in low tones, glancing over, their shoulders, afraid even their words might bring trouble. The city had become a pressure vessel, sealed tight, with no release. Fear had a way of building in enclosed spaces. It pressed down on people, made them desperate, made them turn on each other. When there is no external enemy you can reach, you find enemies within. Inside the city, the people were divided. Some believed they could negotiate. There were diplomats who thought if they could just get a message to the Babylonian king, if they could offer tribute, if they could make the right promises, perhaps the city could be spared. They remembered that Jerusalem had survived threats before. Surely God would not allow his holy city to fall. Some believed they could fight. There were soldiers, younger men mostly, who argued that the walls had never been breached, that they had supplies enough for months if they rationed carefully, that the Babylonians would eventually give up and move on to easier targets. They spoke of heroic last stands, of glory in battle, of dying with honour rather than surrendering to pagans. Some believed God would intervene at the last moment, as he had done before. They told stories of the night when the Assyrian army had camped outside these same walls more than a century earlier, and how an angel of the Lord had struck down thousands of enemy soldiers in a single night, and how the Assyrian king had fled back to his own land in terror and shame. If God had done it once, surely he would do it again. Surely he would not abandon his people. Surely deliverance was coming. But these were the desperate hopes of people who had run out of options. The rational voices, the ones who looked at the situation clearly and honestly, knew better. They knew that Babylon was not Assyria. They knew that this time was different. They knew that Jerusalem had brought this upon itself through years of rebellion, of ignoring warnings, of breaking covenants, of turning away from the very God they now begged to save them. And then there was Jeremiah. The prophet had been warning them for years, not months, not weeks, years. His message had never changed. Not once. Not even when it made him hated. Not even when it made him a target. Not even when it would have been so much easier to tell the people what they wanted to hear. Repent. Turn back to God. Surrender to Babylon, because judgment has already been decided. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. It was not a popular message. The officials hated him. They saw him as a traitor, a defeatist, a man who was actively working to undermine the city's defense. How could he tell people to surrender? How could he say that resistance was futile? How could he claim to speak for God while advocating for submission to a pagan empire? The priests dismissed him. They performed their rituals, they offered their sacrifices, they assured the people that God would protect his temple. They had their position, their authority, their comfortable certainty. Jeremiah threatened all of that with his message of judgment and destruction. The people called him a coward. They wanted a prophet who would promise victory, who would assure them that righteousness would triumph, who would tell them that their suffering had meaning and that rescue was coming. Jeremiah offered none of that. He offered only the hard truth. You are being destroyed because you have abandoned God, and your only hope now is to accept the consequences of your choices. But Jeremiah kept speaking. He had no choice. The word of the Lord burned inside him like a fire, and he could not hold it in. He stood in the courtyards of the temple. He walked through the streets of the city. He spoke to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. And his words were always the same. This is what the Lord says: surrender and live. Resist and die. He did not soften the message. He did not try to make it more palatable. He simply delivered what he had been given to say, regardless of the cost. And the cost was high. People spat at him when he passed. Children threw stones. He was arrested repeatedly, beaten, imprisoned. His own family turned against him. His fellow priests sought to silence him. He was forbidden from entering the temple. He was isolated, despised, rejected by the very people he was trying to save. And still, he kept speaking. Because that is what prophets do. They speak the truth even when the truth is unbearable. They deliver the message even when the message is rejected. They stand in the gap between God and humanity and bear the weight of both. But there comes a point when patience runs out, when fear overrides reason, when desperate people do desperate things. The officials grew tired of Jeremiah's voice. In a time of war, words like his were dangerous. They weakened morale. They sowed doubt among the soldiers. They made people question whether the fight was worth it. They planted seeds of surrender in hearts that needed to remain strong. The city was already fragile, already divided, already terrified. The last thing they needed was a prophet of doom walking the streets, telling everyone that resistance was pointless. So the officials made a decision. They went to the king. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Condemned. King Zedekiah sat on his throne in the palace, surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and officials who all claimed to know what was best for the city. But the truth was, none of them knew. No one had ever faced a situation quite like this. No one had a clear answer, and Zedekiah himself was perhaps the least equipped person in the entire city to lead them through this crisis. He was a weak man. History would remember him that way, not cruel necessarily, not malicious, just weak. He had been placed on the throne by the Babylonians years earlier, after they had deposed the previous king. He was a puppet and everyone knew it. He had no real authority, no real power. He ruled at the pleasure of the very empire that was now trying to destroy him. He lived in constant fear. Fear of the Babylonians, fear of his own officials, fear of the people, fear of the prophets, fear of God. He feared everything, and so he did nothing. He was a man trapped between impossible choices, unable to commit to any of them. When Jeremiah had first begun prophesying surrender, Zedekiah had secretly consulted with him. Late at night, when no one else could see, the king would send for the prophet and ask him privately what God was saying, and Jeremiah would tell him the same thing he told everyone else. Surrender to Babylon, and you will live. Resist, and you will die. But Zedekiah could not bring himself to do it. To surrender would be to admit defeat, to humiliate himself before the very empire that had made him king. It would be to betray the trust of his officials, his soldiers, his people. It would be to guarantee that history would remember him as the king who gave up without a fight. So he did nothing. He allowed the officials to continue their plans for resistance. He allowed the priests to continue promising divine deliverance. He allowed the situation to deteriorate day by day, unable to make the hard choice that might have saved thousands of lives. And then the officials came to him with a proposal. There were 4 of them: Shephatiah son of Mattain, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jehukal son of Shelemiah, Pasha son of Malchijah, men of influence, men who had the king's ear, men who had made their position clear. "My lord king," they said, their voices respectful but firm, "we must speak with you about Jeremiah the prophet." Zedekiah shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. He had been dreading this conversation. "What about him?" the king asked, though he already knew. "He continues to prophesy defeat," one of them said. "He tells the soldiers that anyone who stays in the city will die by sword, or famine, or plague, but anyone who goes over to the Babylonians will live. He is actively encouraging desertion. He is undermining the defense of this city. He tells the people that this city will certainly be given into the hands of the king of Babylon's army," another added. "He offers no hope, no encouragement, only doom." The king was silent. What could he say? Everything they said was true. Jeremiah was saying exactly those things, but Jeremiah claimed to speak for God. And if he truly spoke for God, then what right did anyone have to silence him? "This man should be put to death," the officials said, their tone leaving no room for debate. "He is discouraging the soldiers and all the people with his words. He does not seek the good of this city, but its ruin. He is a traitor, my lord, and traitors, especially in wartime, deserve death." There it was. The request was clear. They wanted permission to execute Jeremiah, and they were essentially telling the king that if he did not give that permission, they would question his loyalty to the city. Zedekiah felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. If he protected Jeremiah, he would anger the officials, lose what little authority he had left, and possibly spark internal conflict at the worst possible time. If he condemned Jeremiah, he would be silencing a prophet of God, and what would the consequences of that be? He took the coward's way out. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a masterpiece of political cowardice. He did not give explicit permission. He did not order Jeremiah's death. He simply removed himself from the equation, claimed powerlessness, and allowed the officials to do whatever they wanted. It was permission by abdication. The officials bowed and left immediately. They had what they needed. They came for Jeremiah in the early morning, when the city was just beginning to wake. There was no public announcement, no formal charges, no opportunity for defence. This was not a trial, it was an execution. But they could not simply kill him outright. There were still people in the city who respected the prophet, who believed his words might be true. An obvious execution could spark unrest. So they chose a method that would be slower, quieter, more deniable. They would bury him alive. The guards surrounded Jeremiah where he had been confined in the courtyard of the guard. He did not resist. He had long ago accepted that his calling would likely cost him his life. He had made peace with that possibility years earlier. They led him through the streets, past people who watched from doorways but said nothing. Some pitied him, some hated him, some feared him. Most were simply too afraid to intervene, too worn down by their own suffering to care about anyone else's. They brought him to the courtyard of the guard, where a large cistern stood, a deep pit that had been carved into the rock to collect rainwater during the wet season. It was an old cistern, one that had been there for generations. During times of plenty it would fill with fresh water. But there had been no rain for months. The cistern was nearly empty. What remained at the bottom was not water. It was mud. thick, black, clinging mud that had accumulated over years. The residue of countless rainstorms mixed with dirt and debris that had fallen in, fermented by time and heat into something foul and suffocating. The kind of mud that pulls at your legs when you step into it, that sucks at your feet and drags you down slowly inch by inch. The kind of mud that can swallow a man whole. They tied ropes around Jeremiah's arms and lowered him into the cistern. The opening was narrow, perhaps a metre across. The sides were slick limestone, impossible to climb. The depth was perhaps 10 metres, maybe more. Jeremiah went down slowly, spinning slightly as the ropes unwound. The circle of sky above him grew smaller and smaller. The sounds of the city faded, and then his feet touched the surface of the mud. It was cold, shockingly cold, and immediately he felt it pulling at him, clinging to his legs, resisting every attempt to move, and then they let go. The ropes were pulled back up, slithering against the stone walls. The sound of footsteps faded, voices grew distant, and Jeremiah was left alone in the pit, slowly sinking into the cold, suffocating earth. There was no food, no water, no light except the narrow circle of sky far above, so distant it might as well have been the moon. The walls were slick and impossible to climb. Even if he had the strength, there was nothing to grip, no way to ascend. The mud rose to his thighs, then his waist, holding him in place like a living tomb. He could not sit. The mud would engulf him. He could not lie down. He could only stand, muscles straining, fighting against the constant pull of the earth, and wait for the end. The cold seeped into his bones. His legs began to ache. Hours passed. The circle of sky above darkened as clouds moved across the sun, then brightened again. Time lost meaning. He prayed. What else could he do? He prayed not for rescue. He had learned long ago not to assume God would spare him from suffering, but for strength to endure, for peace in his final hours, for forgiveness for those who had done this to him. And above him, the city went on with its life. People bought bread in the markets, though it cost more each day. Soldiers stood watch on the walls, squinting at the Babylonian armies camped in the distance. Officials made plans, held meetings, argued about strategy. Priests performed sacrifices in the temple, assuring worshippers that God would protect them. And a prophet of God was buried alive beneath their feet, and no one did anything. The mud continued to pull at him. His legs trembled with exhaustion. The cold became unbearable, thirst began to claw at his throat. And still, no one came. But someone noticed. Dust. Chapter 3. The outsider who notices his name was Ebed-Melech. The name itself is interesting. In Hebrew it means servant of the king. It might not have been his birth name at all, but rather a title, a designation of his role. We do not know his original name. We do not know when he came to Jerusalem or how he ended up in the king's service. What we do know is that he was not from Jerusalem, he was not from Judah, he was not even from anywhere nearby. He was from Cush, what we now call Ethiopia, though the ancient borders were different, encompassing regions that today include Sudan and parts of Egypt. It was a land far to the south, beyond the deserts and the great river Nile, a place most people in Jerusalem had only heard about in stories. His skin was darker than those around him. His features were different. His accent, when he spoke Hebrew, marked him immediately as foreign. He stood out in every crowd, not by choice, but by the simple fact of his existence in a place where he did not naturally belong. He was a servant in the king's household. The text specifies that he was a eunuch, which tells us several important things. First, it means he had been taken from his homeland, almost certainly as a young man, possibly even as a boy. This was common practice in ancient times. Conquered peoples, subject nations, and those seeking favour with powerful kingdoms would sometimes send young men to serve in foreign courts. These young men would be castrated to ensure they could be trusted around the royal household, particularly the king's wives and concubines, and then trained for service. It was a brutal practice, one that robbed these men not only of their bodily autonomy, but of any hope for a normal life. They would never have families, never have children, never have the future that most people took for granted. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither slave nor free, neither citizen nor foreigner, neither man nor something else. They were invisible in a sense. People looked through them rather than at them. They were functionaries, tools, useful objects that performed necessary tasks, but were not considered fully human in the way that other people were. Ebed-Melech would have understood what it meant to be powerless. He lived it every day. He had no family in Jerusalem, no wife, no children, no brothers or cousins or uncles who might support him or defend him. He had no inheritance waiting for him, no land, no wealth of his own. Everything he had, his clothes, his food, his very place to sleep, existed at the pleasure of the king. He could be dismissed at any moment, sold, cast out, and if that happened, where would he go? Back to Cush, after years or even decades away. He would be a stranger there too, marked by his time in a foreign land, altered in ways that would make him an outsider even in his homeland. He was utterly vulnerable. And yet somehow he had retained something that many others had lost. He had retained his conscience. He had retained the ability to see suffering and be moved by it, to recognize injustice and be troubled by it, to witness cruelty and refuse to accept it as normal. This is not as common as we might think. People can become numb to suffering, especially when surrounded by it constantly. When you see injustice every day, when cruelty becomes routine, when you yourself are powerless and vulnerable, there is a strong temptation to simply accept it, to tell yourself that this is how the world works, that there is nothing you can do, that your own survival must be your only priority. But Ebed-Melech had not become numb. Perhaps it was because he knew what it was like to be the one suffering. Perhaps it was because he had experienced what it meant to be overlooked, dismissed, forgotten. Perhaps it was because, as a foreigner, as a servant, as a eunuch, he had learned to pay attention to people that others ignored. Or perhaps it was simply that he believed in God, and that belief had shaped him into someone who could not look away from evil. We do not know exactly how Ebed-Melech learned that Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern. The text does not tell us, but somehow he heard. Perhaps he overheard the officials talking about it, their voices carrying through the corridors of the palace as they congratulated themselves on solving the problem of the troublesome prophet. Perhaps a guard mentioned it in passing, complaining about having to lower the old man into the pit. Perhaps he simply noticed that Jeremiah, who had been confined in the courtyard of the guard, was no longer visible, and he asked where the prophet had gone. However it happened, Ebed-Melech learned the truth. Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern, left to sink into the mud, left to die slowly of hunger and cold and exhaustion. And unlike everyone else in that city who knew what had happened, Ebed-Melech was disturbed by it. Not just concerned, not just uncomfortable, disturbed, because he recognized it for what it was. Murder. Slow, cruel, deniable murder. And he could not accept it. The easiest thing to do would have been to stay silent, to tell himself it was not his business. That Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew what they were doing, that a foreign servant had no right to question the decisions of Judean leaders. He could have reminded himself that he was powerless, that speaking up would only bring trouble, that he had no authority, no influence, no protection, that if he made himself a problem, he could easily end up in that cistern beside Jeremiah, or worse. He could have done what everyone else was doing, looked away, kept his head down, focused on his own survival, but he did not. Because knowing something is wrong is one thing, doing something about it is another thing, and Ebed-Melech made a choice. Chapter 4. A risky decision. The choice to act is never simple when acting puts you in danger. Ebed-Melech knew what he was risking. He understood the dynamics of power in the palace. He knew that the officials who had condemned Jeremiah were powerful men, men with connections, men who could make life very difficult for anyone who opposed them. He knew that speaking up meant making himself visible in a way that servants were never supposed to be visible. It meant drawing attention to himself, stepping out of his assigned role, asserting a moral authority that society said he did not have. He knew that questioning the officials' decision could be seen as questioning their wisdom, their judgment, even their loyalty to the city. And in a time of war, such questions could be interpreted as treason. But he also knew that if he did nothing, Jeremiah would die. Perhaps he had seen the prophet from a distance, heard him speaking in the courtyards, witnessed the courage it took to keep delivering an unpopular message day after day despite the hatred and violence it brought. Perhaps he admired that kind of integrity, that kind of commitment to truth regardless of cost. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps he just could not bear the thought of a man dying slowly in the dark, alone, abandoned, while the world went on above him. So Ebed-Melech made his choice. He would go to the king. This was not a small decision. Approaching the king directly was something servants simply did not do. There were protocols, hierarchies, chains of command. You did not just walk up to the king and start talking. Especially not about a matter as sensitive as this. Especially not in contradiction to the official's decision. But Ebed-Melech knew that if he went through proper channels, his request would be blocked. The officials would ensure that the king never heard about it, or they would frame it in a way that made Ebed-Melech seem presumptuous, disloyal, dangerous. No, if he was going to do this, he had to do it directly. He had to find a moment when the king was accessible, and he had to speak before anyone could stop him. That moment came when King Zedekiah was sitting in the Benjamin Gate. The Benjamin Gate was the main entrance to the city, located on the northern side. It was not just a gate, but a complex structure with rooms and chambers where legal matters were conducted, where the king would sometimes hold court, where public business was transacted. Zedekiah was there that day, surrounded by advisors and officials conducting the routine business of a city under siege. There were disputes to settle, resources to allocate, reports to hear. Ebed-Melech walked toward the gate with his heart pounding. Every step felt weighted with consequence. He could turn back. No one would blame him. No one expected him to do this. But he kept walking. When he reached the gate, he saw the king seated with his counsellors around him. The same officials who had condemned Jeremiah were there. Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, Pashur. They stood near the king, speaking in low tones, their body language relaxed and confident. Ebed-Melech approached. Heads turned, conversations paused. Who was this servant, and why was he interrupting? But before anyone could stop him, Ebed-Melech spoke. "My lord the king." His voice was steady, despite the fear coursing through him. This was the moment. There was no going back now. Zedekiah looked up, surprised. "Yes? What is it?" Ebed-Melech did not hesitate. He knew that if he paused, if he showed any uncertainty, he would be dismissed immediately. So he spoke clearly, firmly, with the kind of moral authority that comes not from position, but from conviction. "My lord, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern, where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." The words hung in the air like an accusation, and they were an accusation. Direct, unambiguous. He called it what it was, wicked. He didn't say unfortunate. He did not say regrettable. He did not use diplomatic language or careful phrasing. He called it wickedness, and he pointed directly at the men responsible. The officials stared at him, their expression shifting from surprise to anger. Who was this foreign servant to call them wicked? Who was he to question their decisions? Who was he to speak to the king about matters of state? But Ebed-Melech did not back down. He stood there, meeting the king's eyes, waiting for a response. There was a moment of tense silence. The king could have dismissed him, could have had him arrested for speaking out of turn, could have sided with the officials and rebuked this servant for his presumption. But something in Ebed-Melech's words struck home. Perhaps it was the directness of the accusation. Perhaps it was the reminder that Jeremiah would starve to death, not die in battle, not be executed cleanly, but starve slowly in the dark. Perhaps it was simply that the king still felt guilty about his earlier cowardice, about telling the officials that he could do nothing to stop them. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. "Take 30 men from here with you," the king said. his voice firm for once, and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies. 30 men. That was a significant number, more than necessary for a simple rescue. But the king understood the dynamics at play. He was giving Ebed-Melech not just permission, but protection. 30 men meant that no one would interfere. It meant that the officials could not quietly stop the rescue. It meant that this was now a royal command, not a servant's request. The officials' expressions hardened, but they said nothing. The king had spoken, and while Zedekiah was weak in many ways, he was still the king. This was his palace, his guard. For the moment, at least, his word carried weight. Ebed-Melech bowed deeply, acknowledging the king's command. Then, without wasting a moment, he turned and left to gather the men. His heart was racing. He had done it. He had spoken truth to power, and somehow, miraculously, power had listened. But now came the hard part, the actual rescue. Chapter 5. The rescue Ebed-Melech moved quickly but deliberately. Time was critical. Jeremiah had already been in the cistern for at least a day, possibly longer. In the cold and the mud, without food or water, even a strong man would weaken rapidly. And Jeremiah was not a young man. He had endured years of persecution, imprisonment, beatings. His body had taken tremendous abuse. Every hour that passed was an hour closer to death. Ebed-Melech gathered the 30 men the king had assigned to him. They were soldiers from the king's guard, men accustomed to following orders. They did not question why they were being sent, to rescue a prophet whom most of the city considered a traitor. They simply followed. But before going to the cistern, Ebed-Melech made a stop that reveals something profound about his character. He went to the palace storeroom. He could have gone directly to the cistern. He had permission. He had the men. He had the authority of a royal command. Time was of the essence. The logical thing would be to rush to the courtyard, throw down some ropes, and pull Jeremiah out as quickly as possible. But Ebed-Melech did not do that. Instead, he went to the storeroom and began collecting items. Old rags, worn-out clothes, pieces of cloth that had been discarded, set aside, forgotten. The kind of materials that had no value, that no one wanted, that would normally be thrown away or used for the dirtiest of tasks. The soldiers watched, confused. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time collecting rags when a man was dying? But Ebed-Melech knew exactly what he was doing. He had thought about this carefully. He had imagined what it would be like to be in that cistern, standing in cold mud, weakened by hunger and thirst and exhaustion. He had thought about what it would be like to have ropes lowered down, to have your only chance of survival be to grip those ropes and be pulled up through 10 meters of darkness. And he had realized something that no one else had considered. The ropes would cut into Jeremiah's flesh. When you're being pulled upward by ropes tied around your arms, your entire body weight is suspended from those points of contact. If you are weak, if your skin is cold and fragile, if you have been standing in water and mud for hours, those ropes will tear into you like blades. They will cut through skin, damage muscle, possibly injure you so badly that even if you survive the rescue, you will carry the scars forever. Ebed-Melech could not prevent all of Jeremiah's suffering, but he could prevent this one unnecessary agony. So he gathered rags, soft, worn cloth, and he brought them, along with strong ropes, to the cistern. When they arrived at the courtyard of the guard, the cistern stood silent and ominous. Just a hole in the ground, really. But down in that darkness was a man who had spent his life trying to save his people, and who was now being killed for his efforts. Ebed-Melech approached the edge and called down, "Jeremiah!" His voice echoed against the stone walls. For a long moment there was no response. The soldiers exchanged glances. Were they too late? Then, faint and distant, a voice emerged from the depths. "I am here!" Relief flooded through Ebed-Melech. The prophet was still alive. But there was a weakness in that voice, a tremor that spoke of suffering and exhaustion. "Jeremiah, listen to me carefully," Ebed-Melech called down, his voice clear and calm despite the urgency he felt. "I am going to lower ropes to you. But first, I am lowering some old rags and worn-out clothes. When you receive them, I need you to put them under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Do you understand?" There was a pause. Then, "I understand." Ebed-Melech and the soldiers carefully lowered the bundle of rags into the cistern, playing out the rope slowly, making sure it reached the bottom. They waited, giving Jeremiah time to find the rags in the darkness, to understand what he needed to do. It took several minutes. They could hear faint sounds from below, movement, splashing, the soft grunts of a man trying to work with numb, trembling hands in complete darkness. Then Jeremiah's voice came again, stronger this time. "I am ready." Now they lowered the rescue ropes, thick and strong. Again they waited, patient, giving Jeremiah time to position the rags properly, to secure himself as best he could. "Pull," came the voice from below. Ebed-Melech organized the men, 30 soldiers, working in coordinated teams. They did not yank, they did not rush. They pulled steadily, smoothly, distributing the weight evenly, making sure the ascent was as gentle as possible. It was harder than they expected. Jeremiah was not a large man, but he was covered in thick mud that clung to him like weights, and the mud in the bottom of the cistern was deep. It released him reluctantly, sucking at his legs, trying to pull him back down. The soldiers strained. The ropes creaked. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah rose through the darkness. It took time, much more time than a simple lift should take. But Ebed-Melech had insisted, slowly, carefully, no sudden movements. They could not risk the rope slipping or Jeremiah losing his grip. The circle of light at the top of the cistern must have seemed impossibly far away to Jeremiah as he spun slowly in the darkness, arms burning, body shaking with exhaustion. But that circle grew larger, closer, until finally his head emerged into the daylight. The soldiers reached down, gripping his arms, his shoulders, helping to lift him those final few feet. And then Jeremiah was out, lying on the ground beside the cistern, gasping for air, covered head to foot in black mud, trembling with cold and shock and relief. Ebed-Melech knelt beside him immediately. He did not recoil from the mud or the smell. He simply placed a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of solidarity, of human connection. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "You're safe." Jeremiah looked up at him, his eyes, the only part of his face not covered in mud, filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of overwhelming gratitude. He tried to speak, but could not find words. Ebed-Melech understood. "Rest," he said. "Just rest." The soldiers stood around, some looking uncomfortable, others moved by what they had just witnessed. They had expected to simply follow orders, to perform a task. They had not expected this moment of raw humanity, of compassion cutting through the darkness of their circumstances. Ebed-Melech arranged for Jeremiah to be taken to a place where he could be cleaned, given water and food, allowed to recover. The prophet was returned to the courtyard of the guard, to confinement. The king's order had been to rescue him, not to free him. But at least he was alive. And as Ebed-Melech watched the prophet being led away, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, not the peace of knowing his own troubles were over, but the peace that comes from doing what is right, regardless of cost. The peace that comes from acting in alignment with your deepest values, from being the kind of person you believe you should be. He had saved a life, and in doing so, perhaps he had saved something in himself as well. Chapter 6. Compassion in small details. There is something profound about the way Ebed-Melech conducted this rescue that deserves deeper reflection. He could have approached it differently. He had royal permission. He had 30 soldiers at his command. He had every right to simply throw down a rope and haul Jeremiah out as quickly as possible, treating the rescue as a logistical problem to be solved efficiently. No one would have questioned that approach. No one would have thought less of him for it. In fact, most people would have considered it perfectly appropriate. This was a time of war, a time of crisis. Speed and efficiency were paramount. Taking extra time to worry about comfort or dignity might have seemed like an unnecessary luxury. But Ebed-Melech saw it differently. He saw a man who had already suffered enormously, a man who had been betrayed by his own people, condemned by those he had tried to save, thrown into a pit and left to die in the most degrading way imaginable. And Ebed-Melech decided that this man deserved more than just survival. He deserved dignity. The rags were such a small thing. Worn-out cloth, worthless scraps. It would have taken only minutes to collect them, but those minutes mattered. Because when you have been treated as worthless, when you have been discarded and left to die, when you have been shown cruelty and indifference, the experience of someone treating you with care, with genuine, thoughtful care, is transformative. Jeremiah was not just pulled out of a cistern that day. He was pulled out with tenderness, with attention to his pain, with an understanding that rescue is not just about extracting a body from danger, but about restoring a person's humanity. This is what compassion looks like in its truest form. Compassion is not just feeling sorry for someone. It is not just wishing things were better. It is not just thinking kind thoughts or offering prayers from a distance. Compassion is active. It is practical. It is willing to get its hands dirty, to take extra time, to do things thoroughly rather than quickly. Compassion sees the person, not just the problem. Think about what Ebed-Melech could have done differently. He could have lowered ropes and shouted down, "Grab the ropes! We are pulling you up!" And Jeremiah would have grabbed them, because what choice did he have? And they would have pulled him up, and yes, the ropes would have cut into his flesh, and yes, it would have been agonizing, but he would have survived. Mission accomplished, right? But that approach treats Jeremiah as an object to be retrieved rather than a person to be cared for. It solves the immediate problem without considering the human being at the centre of that problem. Ebed-Melech refused to do that. He thought about what Jeremiah would experience. He imagined being in that cistern, cold and weak and terrified. He anticipated the pain that rough ropes would cause on fragile skin, and he took steps to prevent it. This is empathy translated into action, and the instructions he gave: put the rags under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes, show his attention to detail. He did not just throw down cloth and assume Jeremiah would figure it out. He explained exactly how to use the materials to maximize protection. He treated Jeremiah as someone worthy of clear communication, of patient guidance, of respect. Even the pace of the rescue reflects this compassion. They pulled slowly, steadily, no rushing, no jerking movements. They took their time, even though time was precious, because doing it right was more important than doing it quickly. There is a stark contrast here that is worth noting. The officials who threw Jeremiah into the cistern were cruel, but their cruelty was not exceptional. It was not dramatically different from the baseline cruelty that existed throughout the city. People were scared, desperate, cruel to each other in countless small ways. The officials just happened to be in a position where their cruelty had more dramatic consequences. Cruelty is often loud, obvious, easy to identify. We see it and we know it for what it is. We condemn it, or we should. But compassion, real compassion, is often quiet. It happens in small moments, in details that might go unnoticed. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply does what needs to be done, with care and attention and respect. Ebed-Melech could have rescued Jeremiah without compassion and still been considered a hero. He still would have saved a life. He still would have defied the officials. He still would have shown courage. But he went further. He rescued Jeremiah with compassion, and that additional element, that care for dignity, that attention to unnecessary suffering, that is what elevates this story from interesting to profound, because it reminds us that how we do things matters as much as what we do. It reminds us that there is a difference between solving a problem and caring for a person. It reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, even when time is short and resources are scarce and dangers are real, there is still room for gentleness. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the people who need help are not just problems to be solved. They are human beings who deserve to be treated with dignity, even, especially, when they are at their most vulnerable. Chapter 7. Judgment Falls on the City. The rescue of Jeremiah did not change the trajectory of Jerusalem's fate. The city was still under siege. The Babylonian armies were still camped outside the walls. The food supplies were still dwindling. The internal divisions were still tearing the city apart from within. Jeremiah's rescue was a small act of mercy in a world careening toward disaster. It saved one life. It restored one man's dignity. But it did not stop what was coming, and what was coming was judgment. The siege continued for months. At first, people believed they could endure it. They rationed food carefully. They collected every drop of water. They encouraged each other with stories of past victories, past deliverances. But weeks turned into months, and months turned into something darker. Hunger became famine. Famine became starvation. People began to die, not from violence, but simply from having nothing left to sustain them. The elderly died first, their bodies too weak to survive on minimal rations. Then the sick, then the children, their small bodies unable to endure what the adults could barely withstand. The streets, once bustling with activity, grew quiet. People moved slowly, conserving energy, their faces hollow and gaunt. Mothers held their babies and wept dry tears, unable to produce milk, unable to comfort their starving children. Disease spread through the crowded city. When people are weakened by hunger, when sanitation breaks down, when hope is lost, illness follows. Plague moved from house to house, from street to street, leaving corpses in its wake. The soldiers on the walls grew thin and weak. They still stood guard, still watched the enemy armies in the distance, but they no longer spoke of victory. They simply endured day after day, waiting for the end. And then, one night, the end came. It happened during the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, in the 4th month. The Babylonian armies, which had been patient for so long, finally breached the walls. It was not a dramatic assault. There was no massive battle, no heroic last stand. The walls simply failed. Whether through siege engines finally succeeding, or through a weak point being exploited, or through betrayal from within, the text does not say. But the walls, which had stood for generations, which the people had trusted to protect them, finally gave way, and the Babylonian soldiers poured in. What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The soldiers of Judah, weakened by months of starvation, could not mount effective resistance. The Babylonians swept through the streets systematically, killing any who resisted, capturing those who surrendered. The city descended into chaos. People ran in every direction, seeking safety that did not exist. Some hid in their homes, hoping the soldiers would pass by. Some fled toward the temple, believing that God's house would provide sanctuary. Some simply fell to their knees and waited for the end. The Babylonian commanders set up their headquarters in the middle gate, the symbolic centre of the city. From there they directed the conquest, the looting, the systematic destruction of everything Jerusalem had been. When King Zedekiah saw that the city had fallen, he did what weak men often do. He tried to run. He and his remaining soldiers attempted to escape under cover of darkness, fleeing through the king's garden, heading toward the Arabah, the desert wilderness where they hoped to disappear. But the Babylonian army was thorough. They had anticipated this possibility. Scouts had been watching every possible escape route. Zedekiah was captured in the plains of Jericho. His soldiers scattered. His escape failed. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And there Nebuchadnezzar pronounced judgment. It was brutal, calculated, designed not just to punish, but to send a message. First, Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed. His children, his heirs, his future, killed before his eyes. The text does not describe what this did to him, but we can imagine. The helplessness, the horror, the knowledge that his weakness, his indecision, his inability to make hard choices had led to this moment. Then they put out his eyes. They blinded him, ensuring that the last thing he would ever see would be the death of his sons. For the rest of his life, that image would be burned into his memory, the final sight before darkness. Then they bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon, where he would spend the remainder of his days in prison, blind and broken. A warning to others of what happened to puppet kings who tried to rebel against their masters. The officials who had led the rebellion, who had insisted on resistance, who had thrown Jeremiah into a cistern for telling them this would happen. They were executed. Quickly, efficiently, without ceremony. Their names would be forgotten. Their plans had failed. Their defiance had accomplished nothing but death. The temple, which had stood for centuries, which the people had believed was inviolable because it was God's dwelling place, it was looted first, then burned. The priests tried to stop it, tried to reason with the soldiers, tried to explain that this was a holy place. They were cut down where they stood. The soldiers took the gold and silver vessels that had been used in worship, the treasures that had been accumulated over generations, and carried them away to Babylon. Then they set fires that consumed the wooden structures, that cracked the stone walls, that reduced the house of God to rubble and ash. The palace was burned. The houses of the officials were burned. These walls of Jerusalem, which had protected the city for so long, were systematically torn down. Stone by stone, block by block, the Babylonians demolished them, ensuring that Jerusalem would never again be a fortified city, never again be able to resist, and the people, those who had survived the siege, the disease, the conquest, were rounded up for exile. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, were marched out of the city in chains, beginning the long journey to Babylon. They would become servants, labourers, displaced persons in a foreign land, far from everything they had known. Everything Jeremiah had warned them about came to pass. Every prophecy he had spoken, every warning he had delivered, every unpopular truth he had proclaimed in the streets and courtyards, it all happened exactly as he had said it would. The city was destroyed. The people were exiled. The kingdom was ended. The judgment that had been promised for generations of disobedience finally fell, and it fell. Completely, but not everyone suffered the same fate. Zechariah chapter 8. God's promise to Ebed-Melech. Before the city fell, before the final chaos descended, God spoke to Jeremiah. It was not a public prophecy, not a message meant for the city or the officials or the king. This was private, personal, a message about one specific person. Go and tell Ebed-Melech the Cushite. It is remarkable that God knew his name, that God cared enough about this foreign servant, this man of no status or importance, to send a prophet with a specific message just for him. The message was this. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. Because you trust in me, declares the Lord. Read those words carefully. Let them sink in. God was about to destroy the city. Judgment was coming, inevitable and complete. But Ebed-Melech, this one man, this foreign servant, he would be spared. Not because he was perfect. Not because he had performed great miracles or prophesied the future or led armies. Not because he was Jewish or had the right bloodline or held an important position. But because he had trusted in God and acted with compassion. Because when everyone else had turned away from mercy, he had chosen it. Because when a life was in danger and no one else would help, he had stepped forward. God saw that. God remembered it. And God honoured it. The promise was specific. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. Ebed-Melech feared the officials. He feared the consequences of defying them, of speaking against them, of rescuing the man they had condemned. That fear was rational, justified. Those men had power and were ruthless in using it. But God promised that those men would have no power over him. When the city fell, when the officials were captured and executed, Ebed-Melech would not share their fate. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. This was not a promise of comfort or prosperity. God was not promising that Ebed-Melech would be wealthy or honoured or powerful. The promise was survival, life, the chance to continue existing in a world that was about to be torn apart. But survival, in those circumstances, was everything. And the reason, the explicit reason given in the text, was this: because you trust in me. Trust. Not perfect understanding, not flawless theology, not religious credentials or ritual purity, or any of the things that people often think God cares about most. Just trust. Trust that showed itself in action. Trust that manifested as compassion. Trust that was willing to risk safety for the sake of righteousness. When the city fell, when the Babylonian soldiers swept through Jerusalem, when officials were arrested and executed, when people were rounded up for exile, Ebed-Melech walked away unharmed. We do not know the details of how it happened. The text does not describe it. But somehow, in the chaos and violence, he was protected. Perhaps the soldiers overlooked him. Perhaps in the confusion of conquest, a foreign servant seemed too insignificant to bother with. Perhaps someone remembered his act of mercy and chose to repay it. Or perhaps God simply made sure he slipped through the cracks. However it happened, the promise was fulfilled. Ebed-Melech survived. He escaped with his life. The very thing God had promised came to pass, and he survived not despite his act of mercy, but because of it. Not in spite of his willingness to risk everything for righteousness, but because of it. In a city where everyone was trying to save themselves, where fear had made people cruel and selfish and willing to sacrifice others for their own safety, Ebed-Melech had chosen differently. And that choice, that single act of compassion, was remembered by God and rewarded with life. Chapter 9. What it means to be seen. There is something powerful about being truly seen, not just noticed, not just acknowledged, but truly seen, your actions, your choices, your heart. In a world where so much goes unnoticed, where so many acts of kindness pass without recognition, where people do good things and no one ever knows, there is something deeply meaningful about the idea that God sees. Ebed-Melech did not rescue Jeremiah for recognition. There was no reward waiting for him, no promotion, no public honour. In fact, he risked everything with no guarantee of any positive outcome at all. He did it because it was right, because a man was dying and he could not bear to let it happen, because his conscience would not allow him to look away, and God saw it. In a city of thousands of people, in a crisis that involved kings and officials and priests and prophets, God noticed what one foreign servant did, and God thought it mattered enough to send a specific personal message of protection. This tells us something important about how God values actions. It is not the grand gestures that matter most. It is not the public displays or the impressive achievements or the things that make it into history books. It is the quiet acts of mercy, the moments when someone chooses compassion over fear, the times when a person sees suffering and responds with care, even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward, even when it costs something. Those are the moments God sees. Those are the moments God remembers. Those are the moments that matter eternally. Ebed-Melech was a servant, a eunuch, a foreigner. In the social hierarchy of ancient Jerusalem, he was near the bottom. He had no power, no influence, no status. And yet, in this story, he is the hero. Not the king, who was weak and indecisive. Not the officials, who were cruel and self-serving. Not the priests, who failed to protect a prophet. Not even Jeremiah himself, though Jeremiah is certainly righteous and faithful. The hero is the servant who noticed suffering and chose to act. This should challenge our assumptions about importance and significance. We tend to think that the people who matter are the ones with titles, with authority, with public platforms. We look to leaders and celebrities and influencers to show us what matters. But this story suggests something different. It suggests that the most important people in any society might be the ones we never hear about, the ones who quietly do what is right, the ones who show mercy when others show cruelty, the ones who risk everything for someone else's life. Ebed-Melech's act of compassion rippled through history in ways he could never have anticipated. He saved Jeremiah's life. And because Jeremiah lived, he continued to prophesy. And because he continued to prophesy, his words were recorded. And because his words were recorded, they became part of Scripture. And because they became part of Scripture, they have influenced billions of people for thousands of years. All because one man chose mercy over fear. This is how change actually happens in the world. Not through grand schemes or dramatic interventions from above, but through individual choices made by ordinary people in moments when it would be easier to look away. Every act of compassion creates ripples. We cannot always see them. We cannot always trace the connections, but they are real. When you choose to help someone in need, you do not know what future that person might have. You do not know what they might accomplish, who they might influence, what difference they might make. You're simply choosing, in that moment, to value their life, their dignity, their humanity, and that choice matters more than we can measure. Chapter 10. The Test of Character. There is a concept in ethics called the test of conscience. The idea that the true measure of a person's character is revealed in moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right, especially when no one is watching. Ebed-Melech faced exactly this kind of test. He could have rationalized inaction. It would have been easy to do so. He could have told himself that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew best, that a foreign servant had no right to interfere in matters of state, that speaking up would only bring trouble without actually helping. These would all have been socially acceptable reasons for staying silent. No one would have blamed him for them. But he did not take the easy path. He took the hard one. And this is where character is truly forged, in the space between knowing what is right and actually doing it. Many people know what is right. They can articulate moral principles. They can identify injustice when they see it. They can feel the pull of conscience, but knowing is not the same as doing. The gap between knowledge and action is where character lives. Ebed-Melech could have known it was wrong to leave Jeremiah in the cistern and still done nothing. Knowledge alone does not require action, but character does. Character is what makes you act on your convictions even when it is costly, even when it is dangerous, even when you gain nothing and risk everything. And Ebed-Melech had that kind of character. This raises an important question. Where does that kind of character come from? The text gives us a clue in God's promise. Because you trust in me. Trust in God. Faith. Not just intellectual belief, but a deep conviction that shaped how Ebed-Melech saw the world and his place in it. If you believe that every human being is made in the image of God, then you cannot dismiss their suffering as irrelevant. If you believe that God sees all actions, then you cannot assume that quiet mercy goes unnoticed. If you believe that righteousness matters more than safety, then you must act accordingly, even when it is hard. Ebed-Melech's faith was not abstract theology. It was lived reality. It shaped his choices in concrete, practical ways. This is what authentic faith looks like. Not just attending religious services or reciting prayers or following rituals. Those things may be part of faith, but they are not the essence of it. The essence of faith is trust that transforms action, belief that changes behaviour, conviction that manifests as compassion. Ebed-Melech trusted that doing right mattered more than staying safe. He trusted that God cared about mercy. He trusted that one person's actions could make a difference, even if that person was a foreign servant with no power or status. And that trust made him brave. Chapter 11. The courage to stand alone. One of the most difficult aspects of Ebed-Melech's choice was that he stood alone. He was not part of a movement. There was no group of people rallying to Jeremiah's defense. There was no public outcry against the injustice. There was no one to stand beside him and share the risk. He was alone in his conviction that this was wrong and something needed to be done. Standing alone requires a different kind of courage than standing with others. When you are part of a group, there is safety in numbers. There is mutual support. There is the comfort of knowing that if you fall, others will catch you. But when you stand alone, You bear the full weight of consequence yourself. Ebed-Melech could not look to others for validation. He could not wait for someone else to act first. He could not hide in the crowd. He had to make the choice by himself, accept the risk by himself, face the potential consequences by himself. This is one of the most challenging tests a person can face, doing what is right when no one else will. History is filled with stories of lone individuals who stood against injustice when everyone else stayed silent, who spoke truth when everyone else went along with lies, who showed mercy when everyone else showed cruelty. These stories inspire us because we recognize how difficult it is, how much courage it requires, how much easier it would be to simply conform, to go along with the crowd, to tell ourselves that if everyone else is doing it, it must be acceptable. But Ebed-Melech did not need others to validate his conviction. He knew what was right, and that knowledge was enough. This is a crucial lesson for us, because there will be times in our lives when we see something wrong, and we look around and no one else seems to care. No one else is speaking up, no one else is taking action. In those moments, it is easy to doubt ourselves, to think, maybe I am overreacting, maybe it is not as bad as I think, maybe I am missing something that everyone else understands. But sometimes the crowd is wrong. Sometimes silence is complicity. Sometimes waiting for others to act first means that no one ever acts at all. Ebed-Melech teaches us that one person can make a difference, not because they are special or powerful or uniquely qualified, but simply because they choose to act when action is needed. Chapter 12. The Power of Individual Choice. We live in a world that often feels overwhelming. The problems are so large, the systems so entrenched, the suffering so widespread. It is easy to feel powerless, to believe that individual actions do not matter in the face of such massive challenges. But this story contradicts that belief. Ebed-Melech was one person. He had no political power, no social influence, no resources beyond what he could gather from a storeroom. He was as powerless as a person could be in that society. And yet, his choice to act saved a life. More than that, it saved the prophecies that would become part of Scripture. It preserved words that would influence the course of human history. One person's choice rippled through time in ways he could never have imagined. This is the power of individual choice. We may not be able to solve every problem or fix every injustice. We may not be able to change entire systems with a single action. But we can change individual circumstances. We can help individual people. We can make choices that honour human dignity and value human life. And those choices matter. They matter to the people we help. They matter in the eyes of God, and they matter in ways we cannot always see or measure. Every time someone chooses compassion over indifference, they change the world a little. Every time someone risks safety for righteousness, they push back against the darkness. Every time someone stands up for what is right, they make it easier for the next person to do the same. Ebed-Melech did not overthrow the system that condemned Jeremiah. He did not change the politics of Jerusalem. He did not stop the siege or prevent the fall of the city. But he saved one man. He showed one act of mercy. He made one choice that honoured life over death, compassion over cruelty, courage over fear. And that was enough. It was enough to be remembered by God. It was enough to change the course of events. It was enough to become a story that would be told for thousands of years. It was enough. Epilogue. The faith that saves. Quietly. The story of Ebed-Melech is not one of the famous stories from the Bible. It does not appear in children's picture books. It is not preached from pulpits every Sunday. It does not have the dramatic flair of David and Goliath, or the epic scope of Moses and the Exodus. Most people have never heard his name, and yet his story is there, preserved in the book of Jeremiah, recorded for all time. Why? Because it reminds us of something we too easily forget. Faith is not always loud. Courage is not always seen. The acts that matter most are not always the ones that make the headlines or win the applause of crowds. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is notice when someone else is suffering, to care when everyone else has moved on, to speak when speaking is dangerous, to act when acting costs something. Ebed-Melech had every reason to stay silent. He was a foreigner, a servant, a man with no power, no protection, no guarantee of safety. Helping Jeremiah gained him nothing. It risked everything. But he did it anyway. He did not wait for someone else to act. He did not assume that because he was unimportant, his actions would not matter. He simply saw what was wrong and chose to do what was right. And that choice saved a life. Not just any life, but the life of a prophet whose words would echo through history. A man whose message would be recorded in scripture and read by millions. A man whose courage in the face of death would inspire generations. Jeremiah survived because one person refused to look away, and in the end, when the city fell and judgment came, God did not forget the man who had shown mercy. Ebed-Melech was spared. He escaped with his life. He walked out of the ruins of Jerusalem and into a future that most of his generation would never see, because he had trusted in God, not with grand declarations, not with public displays of piety, but with a quiet, deliberate act of compassion when no one else would. This is the kind of faith that saves, the kind that does not wait for permission or recognition, the kind that acts because it is right, not because it is easy, the kind that sees people not as problems or threats, but as human beings made in the image of God, worthy of dignity and care. History remembers kings and prophets, but God remembers people like Ebed-Melech, and sometimes that is the most important kind of remembering there is. Closing reflection. What we can learn. As we close this story, it is worth reflecting on what it means for us today. We may never face the exact circumstances that Ebed-Melech faced. We may never have to decide whether to rescue a prophet from a cistern or approach a king to plead for someone's life. But we will face moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. When we must decide whether to speak up or stay silent. When we must determine whether someone else's suffering matters enough to us to do something about it. In those moments, Ebed-Melech's example speaks to us. It tells us that one person can make a difference. That powerlessness is not an excuse for inaction. That compassion is not just a feeling, but a choice that manifests in practical, concrete actions. It tells us that how we treat the vulnerable reveals who we truly are. That mercy is more valuable than safety. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite fear. It tells us that God sees quiet acts of kindness, that our actions matter, even when no one else notices, that faith is measured not by our words, but by our willingness to risk something for someone else. We live in a world that still needs people like Ebed-Melech, people who notice suffering and cannot look away, people who speak up when others stay silent, people who choose mercy over fear. The question is, will we be those people? When we see injustice, will we act, or will we find reasons why it is not our problem? When we encounter suffering, will we respond with compassion, or will we protect our own comfort? When doing the right thing requires courage, will we step forward or will we step back? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions that define our lives, our character, our legacy. Ebed-Melech was not a perfect person. He was not a superhero. He was an ordinary man who faced an impossible choice and chose mercy. That same choice is available to us. Not once in a lifetime, but repeatedly. In small moments and large ones, in public and in private, in ways that will be remembered and in ways that will be forgotten. But whether remembered or forgotten by people, God sees. God knows. God honours those who choose righteousness over safety, who value mercy over comfort, who act with compassion when it would be easier to look away. This is the legacy of Ebed-Melech. Not a legacy of fame or power or achievement, but a legacy of quiet faithfulness, of compassion in action, of courage when it mattered most. May we have the wisdom to see suffering when others look away. May we have the courage to speak up when others stay silent. May we have the compassion to act when others do nothing. And may we trust, as Ebed-Melech did, that choosing what is right is always worth it, even when it costs us everything.